session. This part that will be moderated by myself and Ms. Dixit very shortly is the Goal 3 report. And knowing this is the heart and the meat of our work, we are here to, this is our raison d'etre. We are here to speak about how our students are doing academically. That's the purpose of this entire organization. We do a lot of other things, but this is the core. And before we turn it over to staff, I would like to turn over to Dr. Reed for an introduction.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson, members of the board. This morning, our Goal 3 report, as Dr. Anderson mentioned, is our core work here in Fairfax County Public Schools. Indeed, it's the core work around our country right now. And while all matters of topics are swirling, it's critical that we stay focused on the education of our young people. There's never been a time that education has been more important in this country. And this morning, it's my pleasure and with great pride that I talk about the team that's going to bring us our Goal 3 report. And this team is critical. There is no one department that is responsible for the academic success of all of our students here in Fairfax County. It is a collaborative effort. Learning happens best in community, and our community needs to remain together as we focus on the needs of each and every one of our students. While we're going to look at some data that we're really excited to show gains with, there will be other data this morning that we're making first steps in terms of addressing that we look forward to accelerating progress in the coming weeks and years. But this morning, I want to make sure that our community understands that our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Presidio, our Chief Equity Officer, Dr. King, and our Chief of Schools, Dr. Ponce, are working together because all three departments are critical to achieving the goals here of a world-class education here in Fairfax County Public Schools for each and every student. And frankly, our future as a nation depends on that. So at this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Ms. Neal, who has guided the presentation pieces. And then the board, we have all of our chief officers present at the table for questions and a discussion. So thank you, Ms. Neal.
Before we get started, Ms. Neal, I have to bring one of our board members in. Mr. Dunn has submitted a written request to attend this morning's meeting virtually due to a personal conflict, as he has a professional obligation and is attending tonight's meeting this morning's meeting from Mount Vernon, Virginia. All those in favor of approving Mr. Dunn's request? That is unanimous. Thank you. Mr. Dunn, please check your audio and video.
Mr. Dunn's not on yet. We'll let you know
Okay, so
when
we
he
will
gets
check
on.
when he comes. Just kind of a lay of the land, folks. This report has 3 components. There is the reading component, the math component, and the advanced coursework component. We will take each of these components separately and ask questions after each one. We will do 1 round of questions after each section. And at the end, depending on the time that we have left, then you are free to go back and ask questions regarding all 3 components. We will start each of those first rounds at 3 minutes, and we will make an adjustment at the end, depending on the time we have left. Ms. Neal.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Reed, and good morning, members of the board. We're going to go ahead, if we can get the slides up, please. And if we could, thank you. Go ahead and progress to slide 2, please. All right, our objectives for today are to provide the board with an update on our progress towards meeting our Goal 3 measures, to talk about the work FCPS is doing related to Goal 3, and then to talk about the policy, budget, and strategic considerations for the board moving forward to achieve our goals. Our presentation is focused on Goal 3, which, as was stated previously, is our academic growth and excellence goal. There are 6 measures in Goal 3, and today they are all on the screen. And today we're going to be focusing in on measures C, D, and F, and the data for the remaining measures are in the full report that is posted on Board Docs. Several initial priorities were identified by division leadership to focus the efforts of both our schools and our departments with the understanding that these are key drivers for success across multiple measures within our strategic plan. And during today's presentation, as Dr. Anderson said, we're going to be looking at reading by 3rd grade, Algebra 1 by 8th grade, and advanced coursework in high school. And as a reminder to our public, our annual goal reports include outcome data from last school year compared to our baseline data and annual targets that we've set in order to meet our 2030 goals. All of the data in these reports were aligned to a consistent student data source and match VDOE reporting methodology when it's applicable. And this report also provides contextual data and an update on our strategic efforts across the division. So for the first section of this presentation, we're going to look at our reading by the end of 3rd grade data. By the end of 3rd grade, our students are moving away from learning to read to reading to learn, where reading becomes a tool to gain and apply knowledge in a range of subjects. Reading on grade level is linked to other strategic plan goal measures, including persistence in advanced coursework, graduating on time, and enrolling in college. So a sustained focus on reading in 3rd grade should positively impact several other goal measures. The national research identifies several factors that contribute to reading on grade level, such as division factors related to professional development and systems in place to identify, intervene with, and monitor students who are at risk, classroom level factors, including the use of evidence-based literacy instruction and teacher knowledge and skills, and student and family factors, including reading readiness, such as pre-K access, regular school attendance, and ongoing support for learning, including reading at home. Before we review the data, I want to start with the key takeaways, and then we'll further dive into these. We're currently using the SOL and the VAP data to measure reading by 3rd grade, and our report examines last year's SOL data compared to the baseline, and I do want to remind everyone, as Dr. Reed said, this data represents the outcomes from last year's spring SOL testing that occurred prior to several significant shifts in practice and FCPS around literacy. Last year's results showed that 3rd grade SOL rates were up 1% from the baseline, which was 3 percentage points below our target for last year. No student group had a pass rate within 5 percentage points of the division average, which indicates a wide disparity in reading performance among student groups and a need to better serve our students who are not yet reading on grade level. We are going to look more closely at our VAP insights on a subsequent slide. Over the past 3 years, FCPS has outperformed Virginia overall with regard to the passing on the reading SOL in 3rd grade. When compared to Northern Virginia WABE districts, over the past 3 years, FCPS has shown similar results on the 3rd grade reading SOL. Overall pass rates on grade 3 reading SOL increased by 1 percentage point from the baseline, and the data reflects assessments given prior to the adoption of the BASIL, the adoption of the new VALS screener in primary grades, implementation of required reading plans, and implementation of additional required PD. Students with 504 plans, white, Asian, and multiracial students had higher than average pass rates. Multilingual learners had the lowest pass rate, followed by students who were economically disadvantaged and Hispanic students. Our Hispanic students who were not multilingual learners, however, had a pass rate of 61%, which reinforces the importance of examining intersectionality data, which is available in the full report. It's also important to consider that 60% of the students who did not pass the reading SOL were economically disadvantaged. And then finally on this slide, in the last row of the chart, you can see the targets for last year, and in green you can see where FCPS hit the annual targets we've set for ourselves. As we've shared in previous reports, the annual targets are based on the growth needed each year to remain on track for our 2030 goals. And this slide shows the growth lines from the baseline. Last year, our overall reading scores fell below our annual target, meaning we will need to make more growth this year to remain on track for our 2030 goals. This slide looks at our VAP performance on the 3rd grade reading. And as a reminder, the VAP assessment is given to students instructed with the adaptive curriculum beginning in grade 3. Last year, we had 60 students participate in this assessment, and there was an overall decline in scores from the baseline. And the full report does have data by student group for the VAP, which in many cases was too small to report because of size. As you can see from the growth line, we're not currently on track to meet our 2030 goals, and we'll need to continue to focus on this metric. This slide examines 3rd grade reading SOL performance as it relates to 2 other strategic priorities: chronic absenteeism and pre-K experience. Students who were not chronically absent had higher pass rates than students who were chronically absent. And students with pre-K experience had substantially higher pass rates on the SOL than students without a pre-K experience. This data reinforces the interconnectedness between our goals within the strategic plan and the importance of multiple aspects of student experiences on these outcome measures. This slide examines select intersectionality data with additional data available in the full report. Students who are economically disadvantaged but not multilingual learners, the second bar from the top in gray, had the highest pass rates of this group that was examined, and students who are multilingual learners with IEPs, the final bar in blue, had the lowest pass rates of any groups examined. We do see that ELP level is closely tied to outcomes on the third grade reading SOL. So our students who are categorized as ELP level 4 had scores that surpassed the division average by 23 percentage points, and our former multilingual learners had a 98% pass rate on the reading SOL, the highest of any student group examined for this report. Here we see differences in performance for our students with disabilities. As a reminder, students categorized as level 1 are those students that receive special education services for less than 50% of their instructional day, and level 2 receive special education services for more than 50% of their instructional day. Students categorized as level 2 had a substantially lower pass rate compared to level 1 and the division average. Now we're going to transition to talk about the work the division is doing focused on improving outcomes for reading by third grade. So FCPS is currently focused on a combination of universal and targeted efforts to improve reading outcomes. Universal efforts are happening in all of our elementary schools and include the work that has been done to standardize curriculum and instructional delivery and to align with evidence-based practices. Targeted work is happening at the school level, supporting schools with higher rates of students who are at risk or struggling with reading, and at the student level by providing personalized supports for students who have individual challenges with reading. On the next few slides, we're going to highlight several of the actions within this approach, and the full report does have additional details about these strategies as well. So we've been working to standardize evidence-based literacy instruction across the division. This work began as a part of the Equitable Access to Literacy Plan in the division, and then merged this year with the requirements of the Virginia Literacy Act. It includes the implementation of a common literacy curriculum across our K-6 classrooms, that's our benchmark advance, as a part of the division's implementation of a BASIL. And the literacy core teams who monitor their school's implementation of evidence-based literacy instruction and develop actions to improve implementation. To support this work, ongoing professional learning for teachers and staff continues to be provided. To identify students who may need more support, the VALS risk-based screeners are administered to all primary grade students at various points throughout the year, and common assessments are also being used to monitor student progress. Consistent with previous years, all of our schools continue to have a reading by third grade goal and associated action plan in their SIP. And finally, we continue to utilize Lexia Core 5, which is an evidence-based program that provides students with personalized learning pathway based on their placement test and progress within the program. FCPS is providing targeted support, resources, and monitoring to identified schools where there are larger numbers of students struggling with reading and larger numbers not making WIDA progress. Schools that had low growth and mastery in grades 1 and 2 in reading last year are supported through the Project Momentum Early Literacy Focus. These schools have quarterly meetings to review reading progress, and principals are required to provide teachers feedback a minimum of 3 times per week using walkthrough forms aligned to benchmark. Project Momentum schools that had less than 50% of students making adequate WIDA progress also receive support to ensure progress monitoring and the implementation of Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction. And finally, our Title I schools have the ability to use their Title I school budgets to hire additional staff to support literacy and also have access to centrally funded training opportunities and literacy support for school teams. Students who are identified as high risk receive individualized student reading plans and an additional 2.5 hours of intervention instruction per week. In some schools with larger numbers of students requiring support, a walk-to-intervention model is also utilized, where students are grouped across grade level based on need and then walk to their intervention group to receive targeted instruction during this block. This model puts additional staff beyond grade level teachers to work with intervention groups, ensuring group size stays as small as possible, and the intervention for the group of students is specific to their need. And then finally, last summer, additional supports for at-risk students were provided through summer learning programs. Our targeted student supports also include a focus on multilingual learners. In the Goal 1 presentation, we discussed many of the strategies focused on English language development, including the purchase of Benchmark Express as the new elementary basal resource for English language development, which aligns to Benchmark Advance, and continued training of teachers in Project GLAD strategies, which are research-based and strategies and support language acquisition and proficiency in grade level standards. FCPS is also focused on targeted supports for students with disabilities. We have a dyslexia specialist who provides support for identifying and serving students with dyslexia and related disorders, and provides training and support to local reading specialists who serve as dyslexia advisors for their school. In addition, FCPS is providing evidence-based literacy instruction training for staff who work with students who access an adapted curriculum. And then finally, our Reading by Third Grade Goal Innovation Team will continue to identify ways to improve reading outcomes, in particular in the areas of concern identified in this report, and this will continue to inform future division-wide strategies. And at this point, I'll turn it back to our meeting managers.
Thank you very much for that very, very quick presentation. Maybe just slow down just a little with the next one. And we have our first speaker, Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. Since we are going to do several rounds of Q&A, I just have a couple questions. Can you talk about the evidence that the universal approach and the targeted supports identified on slides 20 through 22 they're effective? And secondarily, related to that, we've embarked on a transition to the science of reading, something this board is very committed to. I'd like to know what the typical arc of impact is on a transition like that. We're certainly not the first school division to transition to the science of reading. When should we start seeing meaningful results from it?
Well, thank you for those questions. I'll start, and then certainly any of my colleagues, please feel free to jump in. I think your first question was really around like the efficacy of the strategies that we're using right now, and I would say to some extent, in relationship to your second question, it's a little bit early to really be able to answer that question fully. What we do know from the research base is that you, particularly as it pertains to the science of reading, you have to have a comprehensive, viable curriculum implemented consistently in every classroom across the school division. So the adoption of Benchmark Advance is really huge for us as a school division because we didn't have that core curriculum for 20 years in the school division, so we had a lot of variation from classroom to classroom. This obviously is the first year of implementation, so we're not going to see results of that. The earliest we would really see results of that would be the end of this year, but I think it's going to take more years before we see results. Oftentimes when you implement new curriculum, what you'll see, at least in the evidence base, is an implementation dip where scores might actually go down because people are doing things in new ways and they're still developing their own self-efficacy in that, and then you'll see a trajectory rise with outcomes. What I will say, though, is we're not just looking at SOL scores when we're looking at success metrics on some of these things. So we have other ways to measure success. Some of it's qualitative, just what we're seeing and hearing from teachers and principals and how they're reacting to the instruction, what we're seeing and hearing with our students and with our families, and that's all really positive. Additionally, we have more quantitative measures like our iReady results, which are the screening and progress monitoring measure that we've used consistently for a number of years at the primary grades, K through 3. And one of the things that we've seen just even this year in terms of growth is that students at the 3rd grade level on the iReady measure are performing, more students are performing at that benchmark that would correlate with success on the SOL. So we've established internally benchmarks with like a 95% confidence interval to say if a student achieves this score, they're going to pass the SOL. We've seen growth in the number of students that are hitting that target by around 4 to 5% at mid-year. So that's all signaling that things are starting to click, and we have other data points as well. But the first thing is the curriculum, and so we're seeing some impact of that right now. I think the second thing is the professional development and training to make sure that everybody in our classrooms know how to use the materials and are comfortable with them. The work that we've done around professional development, I think, has been really strong. Having that additional time for elementary teachers on Mondays to complete not just our professional development, but the required professional development from the state has been very well met and well received by folks in our schools. So the curriculum, the professional development, and then the continued progress monitoring and support. So again, we're looking at a lot of different data points as I described, but it's a little too early, I think, to see results in the measures that we have here, but we can see them in some of the more discrete measures. And then the one thing I would say is, like, if we're thinking about that third grade measure, with implementation of our materials this year starting at kindergarten, we're still obviously 3 years out before, we would really see the full impact of students who have been instructed from the day they walk into FCPS as a kindergartner in science of reading with our new materials, our new strategies, and our new supports. It's going to be three years before we see the full impact of some of those changes.
I think I'd like to see, when this comes to the board at the regular meeting, is some, in the presentation perhaps, in the materials perhaps, more about these indicators that you all are watching. I did write down dashboard. I wonder if they have a dashboard where they're monitoring things that we're not seeing. I had looked in the report for anything along these lines that already gets passing reference. So it'd be good to have two things in the regular meeting discussion. One, what are the indicators that you're monitoring on a day-to-day basis? We've heard a lot from the superintendent about the importance of not just waiting a year to see where we are, right? And so what are those things? And then also how we expect to start seeing the impact here. I don't think anybody was expecting things to turn on a dime, but we should be previewing for people when we're presenting this. People are not patient, right? So we need to provide additional information for the context. Secondarily, on slide 16, you had 93% for our multilingual learners who have English proficiency. And I'm curious, because they've had as much time with the new instructional support and materials as anyone else. Is that a product of the more specialized and focused attention that they've received as multilingual learners? And if it's not just that, what can we learn from this student population to impact other hard-to-move populations?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. Obviously, some of the things that we've done to support multilingual learners, I think, are showing up in this data set. For example, when we purchased the benchmark curriculum, we also purchased Benchmark Express, which is English language development curriculum that focuses on listening, speaking, reading, and writing, right? All four domains of the literacy domains there. What I think you're seeing on this slide, though, and why we included it in here, is these trends have been true in previous reports, right? We know that the more time a student has to develop their English language proficiency, the better they do on these standardized measures. And pretty much in any subject area, when a student has exited or is close to exiting multilingual language learner support, ELD support, they're performing at or above the division averages. So this is really to say, like, a lot of students that are at that level 1 and level 2, they have not had enough time to develop the academic language proficiency in English that they're going to need to be successful on some of these standardized tests. And we're seeing, even in our data, a slight shift this past year to having about 4% more of our students falling in the level 1 and level 2 category, and about 4% fewer falling in level 3 and level 4. So we've seen even a slight shift at students on that lower end of proficiency, and this is just a signal that those are the students that we really have to track, we really have to monitor, we really have to support with individual plans to make sure that they're making progress, so that we can continue to see these kinds of success rates, but also, as much as possible, accelerate their academic English development. So I think in some ways it's more probably a product of time. So.
Well, and I'm not even just comparing level 1 to former or level 2 to former. I'm comparing former to the rest of the student body, right? 20% plus higher than the average FCPS student says something. And I'm curious, and we don't have to get into it, I only have 30 seconds left. I'm curious what we can learn from that focused attention that they've received as ELP students, or as multilingual learners, what we can learn for impact on other student populations that have been hard to move, even with the new materials. Thank you very much.
Mr. Moon?
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I am going to start with where Mr. Chairman was asking some questions on slide number 16. Is that from me? No. Okay. I am interested in knowing the demographics of level 4 and formal ML, whether it is skewed toward certain characteristics, and also if you could also share with us number of students, actual number, population, the N, whether we are dealing with a small number or it's, their performance might be at the top, but it could be a small sample, small number overall. And looking at, since Mr. Chairman also raised how level 4 and formal ML could be substantially higher than our average, passing rate of, we have a 71%, 70%. If we did exclude, let's say, from that our population or of the multilingual learners, students receiving a special education, what would that look like? Whether they would mirror level 4 or ML, whether it's a similar demographic. So, and I also want to see for the level 1 and level 2, and even level 3, I want to see the demographic information of those, because I don't have the percentage with me now, but a substantially larger portion of certain group, receive a English language, they are multilingual learners, and whether the other ones who may be requiring a lot more support from us to improve their language acquisition. So if you could provide with me those demographic information, it would be helpful for me to ask some follow-up questions. And I am going to go to an earlier slide, number 10, which, comparing our score with Northern Virginia, other districts in Northern Virginia for SY 23 and 24, ours is about 1% below. Is 1% below a substantial amount, or is it very negligible, or if it is, okay.
Okay, you had quite a bit in there. Would staff like to respond?
Yeah, we'll try to give a quick response to some of them. You asked about on slide 16 about the numbers. The numbers are on the slide, so it's about a couple hundred students. If we can go back in the presentation to slide 16, you can see for each of those years the adjusted baseline and 23, 24 for each level, how many students we're talking about. So we have a lot of students in level 2 and 3, fewer students at level 1 and level 4. So the numbers are there. We don't have the demographics. I think we're going to have to, yeah, we can pull that up, but we'll have to do that offline and get that to you and board members. So we can do that for levels 1 through 3. And then you had asked about if we had looked at removing certain subgroups, I guess, if you will, from the reading performance, and what would it be if we did that. We'd have to do that offline too. One thing I'll say though, just in terms of like speculating, like what are some of the biggest challenges in terms of moving the division overall rate, one of the biggest challenges is our students that are economically disadvantaged, right? So when we look at the intersectionality of students that are economically disadvantaged and multilingual learners, those students are really, really struggling, right? Or students that are economically disadvantaged and have disabilities, those students are really struggling. So that intersectionality part of the report, I think, becomes really important. But we can provide that additional information that you requested by trying to remove some of the subgroups.
Dr. Reed?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anderson. One of our key strategies moving forward, which we're just launching this year, is the ability to look at common assessments across the division to actually be more laser focused on providing supports in real time. Dr. Presidio, will you talk about the importance of that initiative, please?
Yeah, it's incredibly important, and I want to thank Dr. Ponce and his leadership for really encouraging us to look at some other curriculum-based measures. We had things like iReady, SOLs, and other measures, but having that curriculum-based measure is really important because that's telling us how are the students responding to the instruction that they're getting in the classroom, and what does that look like from classroom to classroom and school to school. And that allows us within a school to identify those students using our multiple measures that need the additional support, and that's part of our multi-tiered system of support process. When we identify students that aren't at the benchmarks that we would like them to be at on those common assessments and other measures, we develop individualized reading plans for students and ensure that they get additional instructional time. So Ms. Neal talked about a minimum of 30 minutes of additional instructional time for students that are on those reading plans. But again, those curriculum-based assessments, those common assessments, are really helpful to identify students, but they're also helpful for us to look at where are maybe students struggling across a particular grade level across the county, and that helps us maybe provide more resources and guidance for teachers around the implementation of the new materials, or even adjusting some of our supports to schools that might be struggling across the school. So having that additional data is incredibly helpful. We have created a data dashboard with that we can look and monitor school by school in terms of their performance on that measure, along with some of the other measures like VALs and iReady.
So I asked Dr. Presidio to frame that because it's critical to understand that sometimes in our past, not all students had access to these types of assessments. So therefore, the ability to determine whether they were at grade level in real time didn't exist. So right now, this is a critical piece of strategy that we're launching this year, that every child receives instruction at grade level. Dr. Ponce, you've had a lot of experience with common assessments. Just briefly, would you share why this is so important for the board and community to understand the power of this strategy?
Yes, thank you. I know that some of you have been listening from some principals about common assessment and how we are being very intentional. Two things that we are trying. Number one is the on-time data, where you will be able to modify the lessons and provide the intervention to the child accordingly. Something else that is going to be, you're going to see how the evolution will be the school improvement plan. The school improvement and implementation plan are a living document. And that's sometimes we have been just being very static, just having a goal, but not necessarily modifying accordingly with the strategy that we are doing. And so that's why it's very important. I'm very pleased how principals and the regions have been working all together. This is the first year. I know we have a lot of, as we move forward, you're gonna see a very strong testing program where we're gonna have the data immediately so we can modify. We will be able to modify on time and not at the end of the school year when you already have long time to cover. So we are very pleased. In my past work, we did it, and it was very useful for teachers, principals, and for the whole division to make sure that we do some changes accordingly.
Thank you, Dr. Ponce. If I may ask staff, I know this is a very important topic for all of us, but if I could ask for a little bit more succinct in your responses, because we have a lot of speakers and two other components to go, and I want to be sure we get to all of them. Our next speaker is Ms. Marin, followed by Ms. Lady.
Thank you. I want to start off by saying that the work of being literate does not happen solely inside our school system. We do not control how children arrive at our schools, whether it's at the start of kindergarten or other ways. I also want to point out that dyslexia affects 20% of the population and represents 80 to 90% of all those with learning disabilities. That's according to the Yale Center on Dyslexia and Creativity. So it is the most common of all neurocognitive disorders. Now, the good thing is that our literacy curriculum, it does help all readers, because reading is not a natural thing. So all readers will benefit from a very strong foundation in literacy, but those who have a disorder will be identified earlier and get what they need. So I keep that in mind as I review these results. I wanted to ask more about, to the superintendent, she mentioned that the common assessments across FCPS is a valuable metric. Given that our education policies are very, at the state and national level, are very politicized right now. I'm hard pressed to put all of my confidence in the state standards and such. I do have confidence in the Virginia Literacy Act and what it's put forth. But Dr. Reed, what metrics do you think are most valuable and have fidelity so that we can make sure that we are doing the best at teaching our children to read?
Well, thank you, Ms. Marin. It's really important that we understand that the most important work in the school division happens in the classroom, right? It's that interaction between a teacher, support staff, the student, and the content presented. It's critical that content at grade level be presented to every child, regardless of the content area, math, right? Reading, writing, science, et cetera. What's then critical is that intervention or enrichment occurs following the grade level instruction. So I think that what I think about when I think about assessment is our teachers know the students in their class the best, right? Because they're with them every day. And so classroom-based or embedded assessments, I think, are most critical in the classroom. And for us as a school division, by region, by pyramid, it's important for us to be able to look at how are students doing on what we are teaching in the classroom, which is why the common assessments are being crafted from our curriculum here in Fairfax County Public Schools, and so that our students are being assessed on what they're being taught, right? So that there's an alignment between the written, taught, and tested curriculum. So these common assessments enable us to do what the board has really been requesting on a number of topics, and that's to move to more of a school system and less of a system of schools. If we provide common assessments, whether you're in Franconia or in West Springfield or Centerville or whatever part of the county, we're able to look in real time to make sure, for example, that all second graders are performing at a reasonable grade level, and where they are not, we can apply resources strategically in real time. So I think that it's really what's happening in our classrooms that we want to stay focused on, rather than NAEP, for example, which I'll talk about Thursday night, which tested fewer than 500 of our Fairfax County Public School students, not even 1% of our children.
Well, thank you. And, I'm just sitting here thinking about how complex it is to determine, what we are teaching is what children need and what is best. It's hard to kind of just pull this one thread out. I will say I agree that the iReady scores are an optimistic signal. Anecdotally, I hear from students and teachers that students are writing a lot more, to the not so happiness of some students, but I'm certainly happy seeing books of the consumables coming home full of writing. It's really a marked difference. So just a few quick questions. What are all the grades in which Lexia is required for use? And what additional grades is it offered as an option or tool?
Thank you, Ms. Marin. We are expecting schools to use this in grades K through 8. And I'm looking over at my team to make sure that I'm correct. It's used in different ways, but a lot of times it can happen during the core block, right, the core time, during small group instruction. While some kids are having small group instruction, other kids are on Lexia. It can also happen during the intervention block for students who don't need to be in a small group with a teacher. So it is used across our elementary and middle schools.
Yeah, and just from my personal experience, I think it's a really great tool for students. I don't see it quite as intentionally used in high school, and I wonder about that because it still seems useful.
So we do have it in a few of our high schools where we have the greatest need, but it is not a universal tool like it is at our elementary and middle schools.
Got it. Is anyone, so we were in Richmond last week only, it feels like it's been like a year, but is anyone able to provide us what at this moment is the status of, regarding Virginia Literacy Act related work? I think, at points some things were slower to get to us, the screeners and such, and the funding. Are we in a precarious position? Are things going the way we'd like them to go?
So we have some expectations that we'll continue to get guidance about next year in grades 4 through 8. We aren't 100% sure about the assessment. We believe a new assessment screener is coming that would replace iReady, but we're not sure if it's for all students. So we know that there's expectations around grades 4 through 8, but not everything is quite clear yet. But we do continue to get monthly updates from the state, and I think they are trying as hard as they can to get information to us.
Thank you. And when I hear that we may have a new screener to replace iReady, I mean, iReady is a huge investment. It's a lot of money. I think we need to understand more about that if it comes to that. And finally, you mentioned grades 4 to 8. What is happening? Well, maybe I'll just phrase it this way. There are many people who ask me what is happening to help our learners after third grade, especially in middle or high, who are not literate. So I won't ask for a response, but I'm not aware of what the consistent plan is to help those students. Thank you.
Please, go ahead and respond.
Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted a response. So we continue to, well, a couple things have happened. The state has changed the standards of learning to be more aligned with the science of reading or evidence-based literacy instruction. So at the core for Tier 1, there is definitely more expectations that all students are having instruction that includes more of the word work, not just the comprehension work, if you will. Our interventions that we continue to offer the tools that we're using, we believe are aligned, and so we continue to provide supports both through gen ed and special education for students who are showing signs that they need more support with gaining literacy. Our teachers in middle school, just like our elementary schools, our language arts teachers, as well as our content teachers, are engaged in state training to learn more about evidence-based literacy instruction, which I think is a real game changer because a lot of our middle school and high school teachers really didn't learn that in college. You know, we know that there's some deficit with all of our teachers for having evidence-based literacy instruction in college, but our middle and high school teachers for sure did not really receive instruction on how to teach kids to read. So there's lots of independent efforts. Of course, there's always room to do more. You know, the long-term goal is always that we will have less students needing intervention because of all the work we're doing, but we recognize there are students in our middle and high schools now that need attention.
It's your turn.
Yes. Thank you for this report. First of all, basic pre-K is key. It's obvious from the data. But I have a couple questions related to the multi-language learners and our students with disabilities. It was my experience when I worked in the system that when I had a counselor or even a teacher advocating for a student to be assessed for special education services who was a multi-language learner, that was very much deterred. The argument was always made, and I was at the high school level, that it's the language, it's not the learning. So it was very frustrating because sadly, often those were situations where that child didn't have a parent advocate or a guardian advocate, they just had an internal school advocate. And so I just want to make sure that that's not happening. And hopefully elementary principals, middle and high school principals, you know, and their staffs are empowered to say, we need to do a language on this student, we need to find out if there's more to what's going on, especially in light of the fact that 20% of the population is dyslexic. So I just want to put that out there because I think it's of huge importance. The other question I had is when we're talking about folks that are working with special education students who are also multi-language learners, are we encouraging duly certified teachers? Do we have any situations where we have maybe perhaps a self-contained class that is special education and multi-language learners in isolation from other special education students? Because it seems like there's a little bit of a difference there in terms of instructional strategies to reach that child. So I guess that's an actual question. So.
You want, okay, go ahead. Oh, okay. All right, well, I'll just give you my perspective and then turn it over to Dr. Ponce. I think your first question, I cannot overemphasize the importance of giving students, the multilingual learners, the amount of time that they need to develop language proficiency. And we have to be careful about making assumptions about what multilingual learners are capable of early on in their educational journey with us. We actually over-identify multilingual learners for special education compared to state and national averages quite significantly, and that's an area that we're looking at. We're actually in the process with Rich Polio in our ESOL office, working with the special education instructional team and procedural support team to look at all of the procedures and processes that we have in place before a student would go through the eligibility process, making sure that we really have done diagnostic literacy assessments with those students, really to determine what the areas of need and deficits are, to determine if specially designed instruction outside of English language development instruction would benefit the student or not. So we're being very careful and thoughtful about that. We're reviewing all of our procedures right now. We're actually going to be asking our inclusion consultants that were working with us on our inclusion project to look at all of those procedures as well, because we think it's really important to get that outside lens and view on what we're doing. So I just want to kind of clarify, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't identify a multilingual learner, and certainly we're going to be responsive to what teachers in the classroom are saying, what parents are saying, but we want to take the whole picture, and we don't want to overreact. We want to make sure that we're making good instructionally sound decisions based on evidence. On your second question about how we're educating our students, it's important. It's incredibly important, and we just had a great all-county principal meeting with our inclusion consultants on this topic last Thursday, that we're really focused on inclusion, not just for students with disabilities, but for multilingual learners and other students as well in the gen ed setting. So that is really the goal, is to make sure that all of our students get access to high-quality Tier 1 instruction with the accommodations, supports, modifications that they need to be successful. I'm getting the, cut it off. So I'll leave it there for right now.
I think that you said everything. It's very important. We have been working very close with Nardos and Sloan. We call the Closing the Gap team, Closing the Academic Gap team. And everything is being discussed. I agree. I get frustrated, especially that this is my passion when I talk about special education and multilingual students, and how we sometimes go by. Sometimes it's just that we don't understand. It's not the language, but not the content, and this is where overlap. And thank you. I know we have been working very close with Sloan, and this is something that I can tell you, the multilingual students here in Fairfax are doing much, much better than so many across the nation. And so I think that you should be very pleased with that. I know so sometimes we can be very hard on us, but we're doing very well. And we are working together with HR to get more certified teachers. Thanks.
Okay, so another question, also is part of an experience and a comment, but, and I know this is all only through third grade, but we still have reading problems all the way through 12th grade. So it was my experience as Director of Student Services that I found too often that middle school counselors were not forceful enough in explaining to parents their children needed to take reading. I will tell you what I did. I would get all the SOL scores from 8th grade, and if they failed, I would start with the lowest failures, and I would keep a spreadsheet of what elective they had picked that I took them out of, and I put them in reading. And I think that in my 15 years, I only had 3 parents call me and say, I didn't sign up for reading. But we got those kids reading. My frustration is we have a job to inform parents of where their students are. And I hope that 6th grade going to 7th grade, if they need reading, they're being put in reading. Like, we have to do this, people, because if you're not literate, you can't learn. And then later in life, you're going to be tripped up at every turn. So that's kind of more of a statement. I need to ask what's going on, but hopefully people are doing that, so directors don't have to spend a day tracking, and making changes in schedules without calling home. But that's just what I ethically felt like I needed to do. And my last question is, assessments in elementary school. I am hearing from some constituents that they feel like their kids are being over-assessed right now. So can you talk to me about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a legitimate concern. Obviously, we need to be responsive to our teachers and parents and students. I think what's really causing that is the new state assessment in the primary grades, the VALS assessment, which requires a one-on-one administration, is taking a lot more time than the computer adaptive iReady assessment did. So that is a stressor for teachers that are trying to cover a lot of content and manage a lot of competing demands. We are required to use that assessment in the primary grades, and as Noel mentioned, at some point we believe we're going to be required to use that up through grade 8. So more to come on that, but I think, again, that just speaks to the need to make sure that teachers have adequate planning time so that when they're losing time someplace else, they at least feel like they're getting the support and conditions that they need to be successful.
Thank you, Dr. Presidio. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, followed by Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. Oh, sorry. I didn't want I have a loud mic. I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate all the time that went into the report and the data, and I really appreciate the disaggregation of the data, really teasing out which of our groups, which portions of our groups, right? Like the multilingual learners, the ones who complete our program or more advanced multilingual learners are doing incredibly well, and I think that's important to point out that our programs are working if we can give our students the time to go through the programs. And I really appreciate you teasing out the level 1 versus level 2 with students with disabilities, because it goes to something I've been saying for a long time. Because I would imagine if you crosswalk the inclusion data with the reading data, and you would see level 2 students with disabilities are probably included a lot less, and their reading scores are at 22%. So, I know people worry about inclusion, let's pull them in intensive and pull them out of these classes and pull them separately, but the reality is the data shows that hasn't been working. We've been putting kids in intensive classes, we've been segregating kids, and it doesn't work. And there's so much research behind inclusion, but there's so many crosswalks you see here. So I just wanted to point out that crosswalk, that it isn't just sounds good, but there's data behind it. So I just wanted to point that out, that same with, I think we need to tell some stories around what's going on here for our funders in our community, right? We can say students aren't meeting, we're not quite at our goals yet, but our programming is working. We're not quite at our goals yet, but if the community and our funders would fund pre-K, the data is so strong that it would get kids, to my colleague's point, literate, which is important for everything, right? I think these need to be packaged, Dr. Reed, maybe in some way that we can start in our advocacy to our funders saying, look, here's all, like, we have all these different reports with disparate pieces of data. We need to connect all of them together into a story that we can explain to our public. So I'd be curious to see what you think about that.
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
I just think it's so valuable because there's lots of misinformation out there or little pieces here, and we've got pieces everywhere. So I would just recommend we work on that. I was curious what we're doing around family engagement with multilingual and economically disadvantaged families, because we know the data shows so much about engaged families can really help sports. I'd be curious to know what we're doing around that, for specifically for the groups that have some of the greatest gaps.
Sorry, I know I like to talk a lot about that. I think that we have been very engaged with our families, and indeed, it's very important. It is imperative that our parents, somehow we engage with them. Things that we have been working with this whole department and the chief of school office is we have been visiting schools, also having some Saturday and Sundays coffee with the chief of schools, where we meet with some parents and some areas that are very, I would say, undeserved. I don't want to put a label on those communities, and I will not mention those communities, but Saturday and Sundays, we go and talk, and we talk about things that they can do while they are at home, that they have children, and some sources that we have here in Fairfax that they can utilize it, English and Spanish, little things like, hey, you can go to the website and you can translate into English. You just put English through Spanish and everything. That is the beginning. They have been very optimistic and things that we are doing it. And I think that I have been inviting Dr. Reed as well. We have been visiting some communities. There is one where we didn't see one, but coming back at time when they saw us, it was like probably 300 people gathering around us, and we have a lot of information for them. So I think it's very important.
Thank you. And on the slide, when it talks about, slide 22, talks about targeted interventions, it talks about a dyslexia specialist as kind of new. We've had a dyslexia specialist for like 10 years. This isn't new. So like new actions in 20, it says right here, strategy 8, new actions in school year 24-25, tailored evidence-based literacy, dyslexia specialists. Like, what else is new? That's not new.
So I apologize. Just to clarify, the strategy itself is not new. There are some new actions within there. We were trying to pull out existing and new actions, so I apologize if that was confusing.
That's okay. That's what I was confused by. I appreciate that. And then just one last quick question. I may need to go back. Can you tell me more about the curriculum-based, the common assessments and why we haven't been doing that before?
So I'm probably going to have Noelle or Diane talk a little bit more about what we're doing currently, because in the new curriculum that we adopted, there are, at the end of each unit, developed by the publisher, common assessments that are easily implemented in schools. Previously, we had tried it at different times, but when we had run like internal validity studies on the assessment in terms of correlation to other outcomes, we never got good results. So it's like it wasn't telling us what we needed it to tell us, and we had other measures that we were using. But now, given the fact, to Dr. Reed's earlier point, that this is an assessment developed by the publisher, completely aligned to what the instruction is and what the students have participated in, we think it's a really valuable tool. But in the past, we just didn't have that. And again, we had a locally developed curriculum for 20 years, so.
Mr. Dunn?
Yes.
It is your turn.
Thank you. So I appreciate all the great work that's been done. I'm sorry I'm having trouble with my video, but appreciate all the great work that's been done. But it's not clear to me when we're going to get to the point where we have eradicated the achievement gap, and if we have a goal in that regard. Because this seems a little bit like process and a little bit less focused on outcomes. And there were NAEP scores that came out recently showing just abysmal reading scores in every state of the country for Black students in terms of their proficiency, and we need to do better. We have so many school divisions across the country experimenting with different things over many decades, and so we should have figured out by this planned time in 2025 how to teach a child to read and how to teach children to read consistently across different income levels, different backgrounds, etc. So I'd like to understand if there is a year that is in mind, and I'll build on the question of my colleague who asked, I understand Mr. Priscilla's response says we're early stages, but I'd like to know by what year we believe that we will have taught all of our children to read proficiently, and that there won't be these persistent achievement gaps across different groups, no matter how you slice and dice them.
Well, that is a large and very important question. I don't have an easy answer to that. Obviously, we've been working really hard, not just in Fairfax, but as a profession in education on closing gaps for a long time. We do have evidence on certain things that make a difference in closing those gaps, and this report is really trying to reflect what some of those strategies are, whether it's a comprehensive, coherent, viable curriculum implemented consistently in all schools, whether it's the assessment practices that we're using to identify students that are at risk and falling below grade level and getting them additional support before they fall further behind to get them caught up to speed and on grade level, whether it's the training and professional development that we're providing to our teachers so that they're using the right strategies, whether it's the work that we're doing around inclusion, which is just beginning, but is going to impact a huge number and percentage of our students in getting access to high-quality Tier 1 instruction. It's all of those things and a lot more. But when we talk about achievement gaps, there are also those external factors that I do think we need to continue to remind ourselves of, that we can't do this work alone. The school system needs the community support. We need our lawmakers' support. We need the funding that we need to be able to provide students with the resources that they need. And we're always going to have students in society, unfortunately, that are going to come to us at varying levels of readiness. And we need the resources to be able to target and provide supports to students at where they're at. The research, for example, is really clear that economically disadvantaged students, those external factors that come along with financial issues and considerations, whether it's housing insecurity, food insecurity, stressors that exist in their lives, all of those things impact a student's ability to learn. Whether it's the amount of time that students have been exposed when we talk about early literacy to language, really even pre-birth, prenatal almost, you know, and having strong birth to 5 programs in our communities that really support students and families and getting the enrichment that they need in the home to be able to perform well in the classroom. It really is a community-based effort. I really appreciate your question. I wish I had a better answer for you in terms of the magic bullet or the exact timeline that we would be on. I mean, I would go back to just the measure that we're looking at right now with 3rd grade reading. Really looking at when those kindergartners that we have in our classrooms today take the 3rd grade SOL, that will be the first cohort of students that have at least gone through our comprehensive redesigned literacy programming at the primary grades, and that would be school year 27-28.
So I've heard many stories, as have I think everyone on the board and Dr. Reed, about the difficulty of implementation of the new science of reading literacy curriculum. When do you feel that those challenges will be overcome and this new literacy curriculum will be implemented with great fidelity, with all teachers fully trained and all students receiving consistent literacy education, regardless of what school they attend and where they live?
To be honest, Mr. Dunn, it's a continuing effort, right? It's a continuing effort. We have hundreds of teachers at every grade level across multiple schools each year with an infusion of new teachers into the profession that we will continue to support and to develop, provide feedback and coach, and we'll continue to work with staff. You know, the picture that you paint where we're all completely aligned and everything's perfect, I hate to say, I'm not sure that arrives. I think it's a continuous work and we get better and better every year.
Understanding we never get to perfection as human beings, but is there a point at which you feel in the next 2 or 3 years you will be able to say, for the vast majority of teachers, you know, who are not brand new out of teacher school, or for the vast majority of students, that there will be consistency? What I'm not understanding is, what I'm hearing is, from a layman's perspective, from a constituent perspective, we're working on it and we're doing the best we can. But that's not what parents want to hear. Parents want to hear, when will it be done, right? Understanding there will always be new people coming in, new students, new challenges, but when do we think the year will be when we can actually say we have accomplished the full implementation of this new literacy curriculum?
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that having been a teacher myself, you live through the entire year, right? The first year, everything is new. Though one of the strengths of Benchmark is there's a regular cadence unit by unit. So I think as this year's going on, teachers are building their own efficacy and their own understanding and building their skills and tools to implement with fidelity. So I believe that after we get through this year, the teachers who have taught this year will be in a much stronger place next year in year 2. Often we see, new teachers really thrive in year 3, right? Like when they start to not only implement with fidelity, but they really can be more even responsive to the student needs right in front of them because they have a deep understanding and comfort level. So it's not a precise answer, but I think we'll see, a great level of increase of fidelity next year. And then in year 3 is when I would predict that we would really start to feel like we own this product.
Thank you. Ms. St. John Cunning, followed by Ms. Dixon.
So I do want to address a comment that was just brought up because I have several colleagues that are reading specialists that have taken the training and are training other teachers. And I think at the beginning of the school year, it might have been a little bit difficult, but I'm in the schools that I'm walking into, I'm seeing that teachers are excited about this and that they are embracing this. And I understand that to a layperson, it may be a little bit difficult. I get that. But when you see that, although teachers, it's an extra thing on their plate, but they are happy with what they're doing, I think that says a lot when you've got that kind of energy, which makes the buy-in and the reaching the proficiency a little bit easier. So I just wanted to give that perspective of what I've seen and what I've heard when I go into school buildings and speak with some of the reading specialists and then talk to some of the teachers that they have trained.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm just going to be very quick and then just a comment for the next round. From when my colleague said about the connecting the data, and I wanted to ask Dr. Reed if we have any data dashboard which are public facing to show some of our academics achievement numbers.
I believe we have public-facing academic achievement data. I don't believe it's a live dashboard at this time. So we're essentially reporting generally data a year and in some cases 2 years after when we receive it officially from the Commonwealth. I think when we started the conversation this morning around common assessments, those are internal facing data that staff will see immediately and be able to act on immediately, and that data is not forward facing at this time.
Okay, that's good to know, but at the same time, I would just say let's just put this out there. If you're improving, and even if we are, sort of improving in some areas, some not, but it's good to let the public also know what we are doing, and that would be, I think, really good to have that data dashboard out. As a meeting manager, I just want to say we have a lot of pages presentation left. And this is a very important topic. This is the core of our schools, academics. I don't know if we're going to do justice to all the colleagues have questions. And so I would just wanted to say that next round, I think after Dr. Anderson, if you could give the entire presentation, that at least we'll have some 30 minutes left for questions. And if there is I would definitely would like another work session, if time permits, and any in our future, to come back to this topic.
Mr. Frisch?
Just to the question of another work session, there's no room for a work session before we're voting on this at the regular meeting, but we do have a regular meeting where there will be opportunities for more conversation.
Okay, that's good. And I do want, before my time gets started, I do want to confirm what Ms. Dixon has said. This is our bread and butter, and maybe next time we just give it a little bit more time. And maybe perhaps we'll steal a little time from budget if that's possible. Just want to put that on the table since we have 3.5 hours for that. All right, you could go ahead and start my time. One of the things that I was very interested in seeing is the information you provided on page 13 of the report, where you highlighted how FCPS performed as compared to other school divisions. You offered 7 in the WABE. I don't know what slide it is. I'm just looking at the reports. When you look at these 8 school divisions, where do we fall?
We don't have that specific data. We could certainly provide that as a next step for the board.
Yes, I would be very much interested in that. And one of the things, and hearing the conversation here this morning, I'm going to veer away from my plans here. I'm not as encouraged about the data as I think I would like to be, because looking at what's offered on page 15 across the board, there's been very little movement across all of the categories. I think we've gone maybe 2 percentage points in some areas, but it's really been very little. I'm always looking for where is it that we're having those successes, because those are the places that we want to duplicate and continue with what they're doing. So if you could speak to, have you had the opportunity, do you have access to looking at data with across the groups with similar demographics? Like, where are we seeing those big pockets of successes in our division?
I'm going to turn this over to Diane Leipzig. She is our principal in residence for literacy, who can potentially answer your question, Dr. Anderson.
We do have an internal dashboard that allows us to look very specifically at how schools with similar demographics are performing in each grade level on each metric. And so it does help us to do some deeper analysis to look at where are we seeing pockets of success that we can then investigate. So the Goal 3 innovation team has actually identified a number of schools that we're going to be doing empathy interviews to really get a sense for what are the systems and structures in place at various schools that would contribute to success in each of these areas. So it is something we are investigating very closely, and we do have a dashboard that allows us to look with that fine-grained detail.
I would be very interested in seeing that, because that's where we can really point to activities that we can replicate, because we know there's a lot of disruptions, even with the best laid plans. We have transiency. We have students who have a substitute for a bulk of the year because there's maternity leave. There are things that happen, but if we can duplicate whatever those successes are, that is more helpful, because I'm not a layperson to this. This is my bread and butter, so I am looking at this with a very different eye. And I want to turn that eye to common assessments. Again, good conversations about it. I would like to know, how are we aligning the common assessment results to the results that we have to be responsible for? Because at the end of the day, whether we like it or not like it, the SOLs is where we are. What is that alignment, and what are we seeing?
Well, it's too early to really see anything right now, but as I mentioned in one of the previous questions, we can do basically like a correlation study to show like at what point a student would have to score on the common assessment to have passed the SOL, but we can't do that internal validity correlation study until we get the SOL results back from this year. And then it being the first year of adoption of the curriculum, we'd need to probably do that a couple years in a row. But so we haven't had an opportunity to do that yet, but we do believe that the common assessment, because it's aligned to the actual curriculum that was taught, and is going to give us really helpful information to make those instructional adjustments in real time, not waiting for the SOL results to come back a year later, but saying, based on this past unit, what are we seeing? What do we maybe need to reteach, or what do we maybe need to adjust for the next unit of study? So it's more of a real-time assessment, if you will.
Have we done a similar correlation for iReady, which we've had for a number of years, in terms of how it's how it's coupled to SOL performance?
Yeah, so I was mentioning that a little bit earlier, too. I was trying to point out that we did do that study, and we are seeing, again, when you take that cut score on the iReady that a student would need to achieve to correlate with like a 95% confidence interval to passing the SOL test, we're seeing actually an increase of about 4 percentage points of our students hitting that iReady benchmark this year. So that's a good internal signal for us that we're on the right track.
Thank you. I looked at last year's report, and I was really digging through the strategies that were part of that report. Which one of these strategies have we elected that are not having the impact and we have to abandon?
What have we stopped doing from last year is what you're asking for, Dr. Anderson. I think we could give the board a summary for that section of what we've stopped doing. I think that most of the work, as we talked about in the introduction, we were already sort of in progress when the Virginia Literacy Act came to fruition. So much of that work just linked into, and I would invite Noelle if she has anything to add, into that existing work.
So prior, we were using our curriculum, right, our FCPS curriculum. So we've completely replaced the curriculum materials that teachers are using. We were using iReady with our younger students, and now we're using the VALs. So we've done some replacements. Most of it has been driven by the Virginia Literacy Act because that was so broad and sweeping.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the use of Benchmark Express. When did we begin that work with Benchmark Express?
So Benchmark Express is our English language development curriculum that is aligned to Benchmark Advance, and that started just this fall.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. On page 20 of the document, the economically disadvantaged intersectionality data, all of the groups seem to have increased by a similar percentage points except for Black students. What reflections did you have about that?
I think there is a need to dig deeper into this data, and as part of what Ms. Leipzig said, is our goal innovation team is taking this sort of outcome data, the intersectionality data, and going out to schools to do some further learnings to understand where are we seeing persistent challenges, where are we seeing improvements. So I think at a cursory level, the data is what the data is, and we have to get behind the stories of why we're seeing improvements or why we're not seeing improvements in certain areas.
Is that something that will be possible before we have to approve this on date that I don't know?
Like Mr. Frisch is getting the date, but I would just say the work that they're doing right now is an ongoing deep investigation, and I don't know that we would have a comprehensive answer for you all in 2 weeks.
Thank you. That's February 20th. I think a part of this is missing because we have to get to the why of why we are in the places that we are. Because we can do this all day and all night, but until we get to the root causes, it makes it a little bit superficial. So I will stop here and then turn it back over to you, Ms. Neal, for the second and third parts. I do want to note, we are supposed to end at 12:30. It is now 11:45. I am not seeing that we're going to be successful in completing these two parts, knowing that we already have go-backs on this first component. So I just want to put that out on the table. We'll may have to regroup in some way, but please go ahead and start.
All right, well, I will attempt to be succinct. So we're going to look at Algebra 1 by 8th grade as our next measure. Our middle school students who take Algebra 1 by 8th grade do have greater access to higher level math and science courses at the high school level. And the national research shows that students with strong math skills who take Algebra 1 in middle school have higher test scores in both math and language arts and better attendance in middle school and are more likely to pursue advanced math in high school and attend college. The research has also identified several factors that impact Algebra 1 participation in middle school, including factors such as enrollment practices, teacher preparation, and student-level factors such as readiness, persistence, and habits like checking work. For this measure, we are specifically looking at students who earn a verified credit in Algebra 1 by the end of 8th grade, meaning they both pass the class and the associated SOL at some point in middle school. When we compare this to our baseline data, we did see significant increases in the percentage of students meeting this metric, and FCPS surpassed the overall division target for last year. We do continue to see significant differences between student groups that we will examine further. And we'll also discuss in more detail the strategies that have led to these significant gains. There is not state data available on the percentage of students who earn a verified credit in SOL, and a verified credit in Algebra 1, However, we are able to look at differences in the number of students in 8th grade who take and pass any high school math SOL, which includes Algebra 1, Algebra 2, or Geometry, to see how FCPS compares against other divisions in the state. And as you can see from the slide, FCPS has consistently outperformed the state overall on this data point and is also outperforming other Northern Virginia Wavy school districts as well. So I'm going to go back to our metric, which is looking at the percent of students receiving that verified credit in Algebra 1 by the end of 8th grade. And we did see that increase by 8 percentage points from 51% at the baseline to 59% last school year. We did see substantial gains across nearly all of our student groups. Our students with a 504 plan, our multiracial students, and Black students all had a 10 percentage point or more increase from the baseline. And we also did see disparities in the rates of earning verified credits persistent with students who are economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, multilingual learners, Black and Hispanic students having rates below the division average. And again, I do want to point out that our Hispanic students who are not multilingual learners had a rate of 57%, which was just under the division average, and again, underscores the importance of us looking at our intersectionality data. On the bottom line on this slide, again, you can see where we hit our annual growth targets last school year in green. We did see several student groups exceed their annual growth targets, as well as some student groups that fell below those annual targets, meaning we will need to make additional growth in subsequent years. And then again, on this slide, you see that annual growth line from the baseline that we need to remain on track for our 2030 goal. On this slide, we're going to take a look at academic performance of those middle school students that finished Algebra 1 last year. So you can see overall 95% of students who finished Algebra 1 by 8th grade last year earned at least a C- in the course. While we do see some variation by student group, all had rates of successful completion of over 80%. And it's important to look at this data because it suggests that the primary driver of students not earning the verified credit in Algebra 1 by 8th grade is more related to enrollment versus underperformance once they are in the course. Returning back to our percentage of students who got that verified credit in Algebra 1, this is looking at intersected student groups, we do see that students who are economically disadvantaged and not multilingual learners had rates that were close to the division average, and our multilingual learners with disabilities had the lowest rates of any intersected group that we examined. On this slide, we do see Algebra 1 looking at that by ELP level. We saw that students categorized as ELP levels 3 and 4 had significant gains from the baseline, and the most progress was made by our former multilingual learners who increased by 13 percentage points from the baseline. Overall, our students with disabilities saw a 7 percentage point increase on this metric. 53% of students with disabilities classified as level 1 received a verified credit in Algebra 1 by the end of 8th grade, compared to 8% of students with disabilities classified as level 2. The rates for both level 1 and level 2 have increased from the baseline, with substantial gains for our students categorized as level 1. There were no differences in student performance on this metric by gender, with rates and growth similar for boys, girls, and non-binary student rate that was too small to report for last year. And we do have that full data in the report. And we know that national research has found that our LGBTQIA+ students self-report lower rates of math identity, which is their own beliefs about their abilities in math, and less interest in enjoyment in the subject. And then within this student group, the research also indicates certain students may be less likely to take advantage of advanced math in high school. And these are barriers that can be overcome in environments where there is more support. All right, we're going to now take a look at strategies for Algebra 1 by 8th grade. We are currently focused on a set of universal, school-targeted, and student-targeted strategies, which include a focus on preparing all students for Algebra 1 by 8th grade and encouraging their enrollment in middle school, providing collaborative opportunities for identified schools, and providing personalized supports for students who have been historically underrepresented in Algebra 1 in middle school. FCPS has made major changes to our approach to Algebra 1 by 8th grade. The K-7 math curriculum is being revised to increase coherence, alignment, and depth and complexity in order to prepare all students to be successful in Algebra 1 by 8th grade. A multi-year plan that's been developed that maps out compacting standards, the standard mathematics course pathway. FCPS is also currently in the process of adopting a new basal resource for math and is continuing to provide professional development to support current and future changes. We have allowed students to enroll in Algebra 1 in 8th grade without prerequisites since 2011. However, we know many families may not be fully aware of this option, and FCPS is focusing on outreach and education to students and families about this policy and the benefits of Algebra 1 in middle school. And then a math success dashboard that identifies more students who are ready for Algebra 1, as well as a required SIP goal focused on Algebra 1 enrollment by the end of 8th grade, both support these efforts. We have an Algebra Access Network Improvement Community, or AANIC, which is focused on increasing the diverse representation of students who participate and are successful in Algebra 1 by the end of 8th grade. The participating schools use improvement science to examine school data and develop strategies to improve outcomes. Across all the cohorts that have participated in the AANIC, they have seen an increase in the percentage of students enrolled in Algebra 1 by 8th grade from 56% in the 21-22 school year to 70% this year. So again, that's looking at enrolled students. To support students with disabilities, we're providing a new training for teachers. This training helps special education teachers with specifically designed instruction and supports general education teachers with supporting students who are struggling with certain concepts. FCPS is also aiming to increase the number of general ed and special ed teachers who participate in the Advantage Math Recovery, where teachers use a scripted intervention curriculum to support numeracy instruction. And this year, FCPS is also piloting a resource for Algebra 1 and instruction and assessment in Spanish at Key Middle School. And the impact of that pilot is currently being assessed to determine future implications to support our multilingual learners in accessing Algebra 1 by 8th grade. For students who have not been exposed to certain content when they are accelerating in the math sequence, the math team has included support materials that address these gaps. FCPS offers Math Space Skills Check-In for all of our middle school students, and this is a digital learning platform that provides students with customized content and practice. And we continue to provide professional development on how to leverage our Measures in Academic Progress, or MAP, growth assessment to design targeted interventions for our students. And then finally, our Algebra 1 by 8th grade goal innovation team will continue to identify ways to improve Algebra 1 outcomes, in particular for the things identified in this report. So we're going to continue on to our final section to look at successful completion of advanced coursework in high school. Here in FCPS, we know our students have the opportunity to pursue a wide range of advanced courses while they're in high school, which includes college-level courses such as advanced placement, international baccalaureate, dual enrollment, and other advanced courses that carry a 1.0 weight, as well as earn CTE courses that will help lead to a completer status. And the research shows that completion of these advanced level courses is linked to higher rates of on-time graduation, college enrollment and completion, and higher earnings. We've also identified several factors within the research that influence rates of advanced coursework, including divisions covering the costs of AP or IB tests or enrollment in courses with associated fees, the availability of courses and the expectations at the school level around student participation in courses, and student factors such as family expectations, experience with post-secondary preparation, and student academic preparation. We did see a 1 percentage point increase in the number of students in the senior cohort completing at least one of these advanced courses before graduating, and fell just 1% below last year's target. White students were the only group within 5 percentage point of the division average, with all remaining student groups significantly higher or lower than the division average. And we'll talk about the strategies that we're focused on a subsequent slide. This slide does provide some state and national comparisons. We don't always have that one-to-one to give you that context, but wanted to provide this. And this is based on the 22-23 school year, which is the most recent year we had the available national data. And during that year, FCPS students who took an AP test had substantially higher overall pass rates, 73%, than the state overall, which was at 65%, and then the U.S. average, which was at 60%. So again, just to provide some context, and during the same year, there were just over 4,900 CTE completers in FCPS, which made up 11% of the share statewide. The vast majority of our students, 85%, who were in last year's senior cohort, successfully completed advanced coursework in high school. And again, that rate is up just slightly from the baseline that was 84%. Our multilingual learners saw the most growth from the baseline, which was up 7 percentage points, from 44% to 51%. Our Asian, multiracial, and students with a 504 plan had rates at or above 90%. And students who were economically disadvantaged, multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and Hispanic students had rates that were 10 or more percentage points below the division average. Again, when we look at that intersectionality data for our Hispanic students who are not multilingual learners, we saw a rate of 80%. And then on the final row, again in green, you can see which groups hit the target for last year. So again, overall, we fell just 1 percentage point below our target for last year, meaning we're going to need to make additional growth to be on track for our 2030 goals. This chart breaks down the measure a little bit more by visualizing the share of students in that senior cohort who graduated with only that CTE completer status, which is shown in red, only AP, IB, or dual enrollment or a 1.0 weighted class, which is shown in teal, or both, which is shown in yellow. And again, in that dark blue, you see the percentage of students who did not do any of those things. Our overall measure doesn't preference the use of a certain course, AP versus CTE, to meet this criteria, which allows students to have the flexibility to choose the advanced pathway they prefer. But this slide is useful for us in understanding the role these different courses are playing in their performance on this measure by our student groups. So consistent with the other measures in this goal report, we saw that students were economically disadvantaged but not multilingual learners, And students who are economically disadvantaged but not students with disabilities had the highest rates of all the intersected groups we examined, which were both within 4 percentage points of the division average. And again, our multilingual learners with disabilities had the lowest rates of all student groups that we examined. The rates of advanced coursework do increase rapidly as we look by ELP level, and we saw the most substantial gains since the baseline for students classified as ELP levels 1 through 3. The rates for our former multilingual learners were also within 5 percentage points of the division average. Our students who are categorized as level 1 had substantially higher rates of completing advanced coursework than those who are categorized as level 2. Girls in the senior cohort were substantially more likely than boys and non-binary students to complete advanced coursework. And the national research suggests that our LGBTQIA+ high school students tend to take fewer college prep courses than their peers, which is substantially explained by their level of connectedness to teachers and other students. We also show particularly low rates in participation in advanced STEM courses. And then finally, I'm going to talk about the strategies associated with our advanced coursework. So we're currently focused on a core set of universal and targeted strategies that aim to increase overall availability and variety of advanced courses and support students in intentionally planning for and enrolling in these classes. We see focused efforts in our high schools with lower completion rates and supporting students who have historically been underrepresented in seeking out and completing advanced coursework prior to graduation. We are seeking to provide early and consistent exposure to learning experiences that help students make those connections between their understandings of coursework and future aspirations. And to support this ongoing intentional work, FCPS does provide resources for all of our schools to support the development of those personalized academic and career plans. This year, we began a pilot with ABLE that allows us to use data on high school student course-taking patterns, grades, and test scores to help principals and their teams identify opportunities to strengthen students' post-secondary readiness. And we're going to highlight this more in our Goal 4 report and expect that these actions will help strengthen broader academic advisement practices and prepare more students to pursue that advanced coursework in high school. All of our high schools do continue to have a required SIP goal that's focused on student participation in advanced coursework. We also have developed an honors framework that articulates the elements of rigorous instruction that should be embedded in all courses, as well as how these standards are extended into honors level courses in the middle and high school. And this ensures all of our students who wish to take those advanced courses in high school have that rigorous instruction that prepares them for these classes. We continue to add dual enrollment options in both schools that have current dual enrollment courses, as well as exploring new courses that can be offered in dual enrollment based on student interest. We're also increasing the flexibility of AP courses that can be used to satisfy certain graduation requirements and expanding that access to begin AP in 9th grade. And then we continue to expand AVID, which, as you all know, is a national model program designed to support students in completing the most rigorous curriculum. Last year, AVID was operating at 7 elementary schools, 15 middle schools, and 15 high schools. And this year, access was expanded to 18 additional Title I elementary schools. A new structure has been incorporated into the AAP screening application that provides documentation of support for our young scholars in advanced coursework. And this information will continue to support access for these students in advanced courses and provide secondary teachers with information to support these students when they are in those advanced courses. As we previously shared, we have a project team that's focused on our 2E learners and is currently working to familiarize staff with our existing 2E handbook and to develop better tracking of our 2E learners in our student information system with the explicit goal of monitoring access and successful completion of advanced coursework. We did see those substantial increases in the inclusion and success of our multilingual learners in accessing coursework last year, in part which was due to adjustments in the ESOL programming and course sequencing that have really streamlined a path to begin courses required for graduation while focusing on ELD, or their English language development. And we believe the expansion of advanced course offerings will also continue to support our multilingual learners. And finally, we have several goal innovation teams that are working on outcomes that will support these efforts. And these will inform future strategies that we'll bring to the board. And with that, I will hand that back over to the meeting managers.
Thank you so much. Being that it is currently 12:04, we're going to set the timer for 90 seconds. So you might just get one question out, and we're asking staff to be super succinct, so hopefully we'll get to everyone. And hopefully we'll have time after the budget to come back to the rest of your questions. So without any further ado, Mr. Frisch, followed by Ms. Marin. 90 seconds, please, staff.
I don't mind the extra 3. It's fine. Okay.
Wasting time.
All right. Dive right in. So I appreciate the information about not only how we're getting more students into algebra by 8th grade, but also whether or not they're passing. I'd love to get data on students who are passing at a B level and a C level rather than just getting by. So it'd be great if we could have that data. And obviously that's going to be impacted by the work on our pipeline. Dr. Reed, can you talk a little bit about the work that we're doing to ensure that we're setting students up for success in algebra by 8th grade and the broader implications for that with your goals around math readiness and increasing our standards around mathematics? I say this as many board members are getting ready to appoint members of our community to the Math IRC committee.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. I think math is critical right now, as reading is. Math limits 40 or 84% of our career choices right now in this country. The proliferation of AI and other large language models, as well as quantum, require a deep understanding of mathematics, period, full stop. So we moved up our math curriculum work by a year. This year, the expectation is to come up with secondary materials, and I do mean a book. We're not going to be strictly online. We need math text for students to work with. We're going to be looking at elementary next year, the same expectation for text. We also need to be really thoughtful about our 6th grade and the possibility of 6th grade being in middle school, because really every elementary school should have a 6th grade section of algebra as well. If we don't, we can't get to algebra trig until 8th grade. So we're working, our math lead here for the division is here to answer questions in more detail, but given time, I think I'll just leave it there. There's a significant pipeline body of work happening. Different pyramids who currently don't have some of our strongest numbers are looking at K-8 models for adjustment to mathematics. So it's really a full court press right now on mathematics.
Thank you. The math division average on this for former EL students is 50% versus 59 for the overall percentage, which is way different than our reading score, averages where we were, 28 points higher among former ELs. Why the discrepancy? Why are our former ELs performing so much better than the division average on reading, but worse than the division average on math? It's especially weird because typically you would talk to experts and they would say math and science transcend language in some regard.
Yeah, I think that's true in some regard. What we see with the reading measure is those students that are former Ls have obviously developed complex fluency in multiple languages, so they're strong with reading, writing, speaking, and listening, right? This, to me, when we look at the particular slide that you're referencing, is more of an opportunity gap than anything else. Like having the opportunity for the multilingual learners at earlier phases to be able to actually access Algebra 1 by 8th grade. Whereas I think the other slide is more about students' language development progression. So I think, to me, this is, again, a target area for us. Our math team is working really hard to identify students, school by school, that could be accelerated into Algebra 1 and providing that coaching support to the schools to close that opportunity gap.
Thank you. Final question for Dr. Reed on advanced coursework. How are we shifting our approach to advanced coursework in light of the new accreditation standards?
We're intentionally looking at the 3 E's instead of the CCCRI. I can go into more detail later. And we're working with our ABL consulting group and actually looking at student schedules. So they have looked at the last 2 years of our graduates from Fairfax County Public Schools and their course schedules to look at the rigor of those schedules and what we can do pipeline-wise and in advising to make sure that those schedules are more rigorous, and we can add more detail to that work, but it's very intentional work at this time.
Ms. Marin, followed by Ms. Sizemore Heiser, and then Ms. Lady.
I really dislike being rushed like this. So I'm going to focus on advanced coursework, and I'm really glad to see some improvements on communications and planning around coursework selection. To me, the biggest thing that we can do is better advertise and explain what advanced coursework options are available to families and to students. And so some of that's been happening. I have still some more suggestions, but I think that one of the issues also is the schedule. Students need to know that they can get around schedule challenges by taking summer coursework or online coursework. That's not universally communicated or clear. The offering of career and tech work that requires travel, that's a problem with scheduling and getting more opportunities in. That gets to equity. That's related to the equity issues in our boundary review. That's part of what that factor of equity to educational options is. It's if you have to travel and you're using up your time. I think, too, if you do your 4 core academics plus a world language, you're really down to the minimum. And I've seen my own kiddo try and do this, and she wants to try these things, but she's really hampered to do that. And then if you play an instrument or sing, I mean, forget about it. So, what is really, these are all great strategies, but until we really fix, a lot of mechanical things, I don't really think we're going to see much of a difference. Just some questions about how courses are selected, and this goes back to when we approved some stuff a few months ago. I just got these questions from a constituent. How did the school system determine what schools to offer a course at next? How many are currently in a virtual version of it? Is it possible for teachers to split? What's the best way to show interest from parents to demonstrate an interest in a course? No universal responses that I know of to any of this, so that would be my feedback.
Did anybody want to respond to Ms. Marin's comments?
In the interest of time, I think maybe not. The only thing I would say is, if I was following your questions, we have a standard set of courses that all schools offer, right? And then there are the optionals that are more at a school level. So, you've been a great support, providing us those inconsistencies, and I think we'll just continue to partner.
Sizemore Heiser.
So I would really love to see, when we're talking about 6th grade and middle school, I'm going to put a plug in again. If there's all these benefits of it, then I think we need to be careful of making sure that it's for all students who are in 6th grade. I mean, not just some. I am wondering, again, going back to data points, if there's an overlap from the fact that Mr. Frisch mentioned about surprising data that our English language learners are less successful in math, and the over-identification for special education services. When you then also see the level of math completion in algebra 8th grade by our special education students. So I think when we need to pull these disparate data points together to look at why things are happening the way they are. I did have a question about earlier supports. We mentioned Young Scholars and the Twice Exceptional Handbook, but these things have been around for a while. So what are we doing differently with these programs? I'll pause here.
So, Dr. King, could you respond to that? I know that's a topic in terms of closing the opportunity gap with the Young Scholars.
I really don't want to waste any more of my time. I only get 90 seconds. I can say it again if my time doesn't start.
One thing.
Please have her restate the question without the time quickly.
Yeah. The Young Scholars and the Twice Exceptional Handbook have been around for a long time, and we're not seeing these changes. So what is being done differently with those 2 programs now? Because I don't want to keep listing things we've been doing.
I think we are seeing quite a few changes with Young Scholars. We've got data that shows over the last 3 to 4 years, we've increased the number of Young Scholars participating in AAP or in advanced courses, depending on the grade level, between 10 to 30%. So we've seen a real increase, and I think that's largely attributable to making sure that we had a line item funding for some funds for schools to support Young Scholars. Some of the things that we've done to code and to assist Young Scholars program and enrollment, some of the things that we've done to really support our teachers with understanding the access and the strategies that young scholars need to succeed, as well as full-time advanced academic resource teachers at the middle school. So we're seeing a lot, I think, with young scholars. The 2E handbook, again, continues to be a challenge to make sure that everybody in the system really understands the effective strategies for supporting our 2E students. But that's a big piece of our inclusion work and our inclusion model as we change programming and service delivery. That's a large area of emphasis.
2 points. I'd like to see more STEM enrichment in every elementary school. I think if you get kids excited about STEM, then they're going to want to do math at an earlier age. And I haven't heard any conversation about STEAM, actually, STEAM enrichment. And there's so much mix between arts and technology that I think you get kids who are into arts, into technology through things they're interested in. And I think we need to think about what gets kids interested and then infuse technology in that instead of the other way around. The Twice Exceptional Handbook, I haven't heard any plans on implementation oversight. Who is responsible for the implementation and the oversight to make sure it's being followed and understood and even known that it exists? 2 questions.
So I can start. This is the first year that as part of the required PD, we had this, the 2E handbook was part of what teachers needed to look at and do kind of an attestation that they were even aware that it existed. So that going from unaware to aware was step 1. As far as who is holding it accountable, I think that comes in, we have a multi-year plan around 2E about how we first, one of the first things that we've done this year is we've ensure that we have data so we understand who our 2E students are as a county, so then we can make sure our teachers know. There's now a CIS flag that lets teachers know that they have 2E students in their classroom. That will hopefully, and with the support of either ARTs and special ed people in the schools, will help them make the connection. I have 2E students, here's a handbook to help me how, and we get this started. I'm sorry, I'm talking as fast as I possibly can.
I know, this is not the best work that we're doing right
I
now.
just think we
and
need to be
something so
clear as to where
important.
we are on these things and not just list them, because it gives us implication
I'm
that
so
it's being
sorry, Ms.
implemented.
Sizemore
I know,
Heisman,
but you were
was your
speaking
time.
in between, so.
I just want to get to Miss Lady and then Miss Dixit.
As always, thank you for the report. I would like to see some data, if possible, on the correlation between grades in Algebra 1 and SOL pass rates. I just want to see if our A students and B students are passing. I just want to make sure that we're measuring them and evaluating them, especially 100% retake policy, because that should be getting you to a pass rate. Also, online campus, it's robust, but we need to make sure we continue to fund it. You know, my fear is that, and I've heard some conversations from principals, that there's been some communications between online campus and principals that they're not going to be able to offer all the classes kids are requesting, and we can't do that. We have to offer them what they're asking for to make sure we have equity and access. The other question is, Dr. Reed, I'm very fascinated about the course-taking patterns data. I would love to see that. And my other question is, you know, what sort of follow-up is happening? I mean, you can probably deduce from that schools who are undermatching kids and/or counselors who are undermatching kids, to be quite frank. I mean, you could be in a school that's got great data except for one particular alphabet. And I just want to know what kind of training is going on, because I worry that we don't give quality professional development to our school counselors. Our school counseling office does a fantastic job. However, I don't think that they're owning to the fact that they need to thoroughly understand our curriculum and how it maps to post-grad planning. If you want to do this trade, what do you need to have? If you want to do this particular college for this major, what do you need to have?
So your question is, I apologize, I was trying to hear the
Teasing
question.
out the data, and if there's
Okay.
any follow-up or feedback back to the Director of Student Services of a program or around specific counselors. And then, I mean, I'd be fascinated to see it.
Yes, ma'am. We've got, my directive to high school principals as we worked collaboratively on this is that all high schools would be involved in this work within 2 years. So we could have front runners this year, and then everyone else needed to come on board next year. And I believe we have 20 high schools this year, and the remaining will join the work next year. And yes, we do have the data by high school for sure for the last 2 years, and principals are really excited. And I think this is work our school-based staff have wanted to do. and it provides data in real time to make it actionable for students. And it's one of the, I think, most transformational strategies that can occur in real time without new resources, without new funding. It's just being very intentional in the work that we're expected to do. Dr. Ponce is familiar with the work. I've done the work in our prior state. I know Dr. King's is part of the team, Dr. King, Dr. Ponce, and Dr. Presidio. And Dr. King, as a former regional person, when you've talked with some of the principals, what's their feedback?
You know, I reflected back to when I was a principal myself, when I saw the data and how excited I was to be able to know right away, you know, how our counselors are pushing our students towards which classes, and then how you could double back and have conversations with them as to why, right? When we see students are capable of taking higher level classes and they're not being counseled that way, then we need to figure out the why behind that. So I think that ABLE is going to be transformable, like Dr. Reed said.
So I just want to put a pin in that, and a serious fine point, to say that the equity work is not an intellectual exercise on this topic. It's simply a matter of looking at the data and making sure each and every student has access to course-taking patterns that benefit them. And that's why Dr. King, Dr. Ponce, and Dr. Presidio are working collaboratively on this. It's critical.
Thank you. Love it.
Thank you for this very long presentation. I know it was a lot. So I wanted to first take everybody's attention to page 26, which is we have the higher rate of 8th grade passing high school mathematics SOLs. This is why FCPS is one of the best school districts in the country in academics. We do well. I do want to say that this increase from 58% to 62% means there's intentional work done. And I would like to appreciate the staff and the teachers, principals, Dr. Reed, whoever is part of that. It's great going. And we just want to see this number going up and up. And my question is, we talked about math success dashboard on page 36 on the slide. Would you be able to tell me what that is?
Hi. So we have been working with our IT department to develop a dashboard, formerly known as the Algebra Readiness Dashboard, trying to broaden the scope. It has several different pages. We have a page that just is about enrollment, where schools can look at where their enrollment stands with Math 7 Honors and Algebra 1 in middle school. And then we also have other pages that can be used to target different student groups. So filters that you can use as a school to determine, of my students who are passing the SOL, what class are they projected to be enrolled in and what class are they enrolled in right now? So we can do some reverse verification to ensure that students who are showing aptitude are enrolling in those more rigorous courses. Elementary is also included in that. We have pathway. We actually have a very similar diagram to what ABLE has provided high schools. It's called a Sankey diagram, and it shows pathways of where students are coming from in elementary and where they're enrolling in not only 7th grade but in 8th grade, so that pyramids can do some vertical looking at where are students coming from, and are we making sure that all of our students are reaching their highest potential?
Thank you for the answer. And then quickly, and I want to have more questions, but I'll come after budget session. How FCPS is doing in advanced coursework as compared to neighboring counties?
So I think, Ms. Dixit, that's something we would have to see if we could get that kind of information. What we try to at least show is some information to contextualize around AP exam outcomes to provide some context.
That would be helpful. Yeah. The CTE, AB, IB, and dual enrollment. Thank you.
Picking up on the algebra, I was very excited to see this as well, but it also dawned on me, most of those school divisions, their 6th graders are already in the middle school. And it makes me also wonder, and they're doing less well than us with that configuration. So it makes me wonder as well, what is our data that shows how our 6th graders who are in middle schools, how are they doing in this endeavor? Can that data be provided?
can certainly add that to the list of data follow-ups.
You were about to say something?
I was recently at Poe Middle School and visiting with one of the math teachers there, Mr. Scheidler, maybe, Alex, anyhow. Amazing math teacher, amazing program. Principal Panuti was showing me around. And they are poised as sixth grade next year to have a sixth grade section of algebra at Poe Middle School. So I think as they recognize the opportunities and have the resources, we're going to see a significant shift even in our schools that already have sixth grade at middle.
Okay, thank you. And this question is mostly to the Achievement Gap Group, which I believe the three of you, I didn't see any data in the report that shows how we are doing. Some back of the envelope math on my part in looking at math for multilingual students going from 11 and the highest performing group was 79, that gap was 68, and last year was 66. Why do we not have that data a little bit more efficiently presented?
I think if you're looking, Dr. Anderson, to see is the gap growing or shrinking, that's certainly something we could provide some information. I think what we see in some of these measures is gaps are growing between highest performing and lowest performing student groups, and then we have seen some where that gap has shrunk.
It would be great just to have a sheet that actually shows that. Last piece, when it comes on page 36, you're talking about the data here. Is the denominator the number of students up to 8th grade or the number of students who took the class but did not but may not have passed?
I'm sorry, can you tell?
Page 36, not slide 36. I have no idea what it correlates to.
This is looking at the percent of students who receive the verified credit is out of the class, the entire 8th grade cohort.
So so how do we incorporate students who may have taken algebra by 7th grade?
They would count in this data set. So you're
Okay.
looking at anybody in that 8th grade
So
cohort.
this is everybody who's an 8th grader in Fairfax County?
Last year, yes,
Okay,
that's correct.
thank you.
Thank you.
The last thing that I want to ask with my 13 seconds, on page 34 of the report, there's an equity statement there. It's at the very bottom. It says, from an equity perspective, and it goes on and on. Help me to understand how this is applicable to us here.
So I think what this is in the research, I'm going to do my best to try and synthesize the research, is that using data to show when students are academically ready for Algebra 1 helps reduce some of the disparity. So I think back to an earlier question that we were asking about, why are we seeing maybe fewer multilingual learners? There may be an opportunity gap that we're not paying attention to. So when we use performance data to objectively encourage all those students who meet a certain threshold to participate in Algebra 1, the research says you see less disparity in terms of the demographics of students who are participating in Algebra 1 in middle school.
I definitely have a follow-up, but I have run out of time. Ms. Setlow, should we be wrapping up this section as you had previously asked, if we may come back to it after budget?
So we would need to reconvene the work session, since the work session and budget are actually two separate meetings. You would need to reconvene it.
So we will just pause for right now because we do think we're going to have time?
Okay, so if that's the case, then we should recess this portion instead of end it, so that you have the ability to reconvene.
And if it turns out that we don't have time after budget?
Then you would need to come back in really quickly and
close
close
this
this session out.
Okay, then we're in recess.
Way to their seats, that would be great. So welcome to the first work session on the budget. A couple of quick housekeeping items. Mr. Dunn expresses his regret but cannot make it today. This is a really good opportunity for us to all have a deep dive into the budget and ask questions. And it's also the beginning of a community dialogue that I'm looking forward to. There is not a next steps document. We did not do this last year. The next steps is the budget question process, which thank you to Lee and her staff. We've really accelerated the response time on those. So next steps, you just submit a budget question and they'll be answered in the queue. After Lee gives her presentation, we will do round 1, 3 minutes per member, and then a go back round, also 3 minutes per member. So with that, I'd like to turn things over to the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. This afternoon, Important to note that we're going to be reviewing our proposed budget for fiscal year 2026, and the team has been working hard on putting together the numbers, which really pull together and integrate a wide variety of departments, school needs, topics that must be addressed, and in particular, it's nice to see the proposed budget alongside Goal 3 in this work session, because as we contemplate achieving the outcomes of Goal 3, it's critical that we are resourced to do that. The first 9 slides of the presentation are slides I reviewed at the public meeting, our last regular meeting, so I won't review those in detail this afternoon. But I would like, at this point, to turn the presentation over to Ms. Burden, who will begin with slide 10. If you're watching at home or listening from home, you certainly can review slides 1 through 9 and the presentation provided at the last regularly scheduled board meeting. Ms. Burden.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Good afternoon. And I'm just going to do a real quick summary because you all already heard this on the 23rd when the superintendent proposed her budget, but just as a little refresher, so high up, of course, our budget priorities are providing competitive compensation, meeting the changing needs of our students, providing differentiated services, and of course, continuing multi-year initiatives. Next slide. The FY26 proposed budget totals $4 billion, which is an increase of $297.1 million over the fiscal 25 approved budget. To support these investments, we're requesting an additional $268 million in county transfer funds, or about 10.4%. And that transfer request is about the same as we asked for last year. If you can go to the next slide. And of course, the first thing is compensation adjustments. And that is a result of the collective bargaining agreement. We've included 7% salary increase across the board for all employees, as well as a change to the food service and transportation salary scales, and then, of course, our health rate changes. We also have some small retirement rate changes that total $5.5 million, and then we always recognize base savings from turnover, so that the total of compensation is about $214 million. Next slide. The baseline adjustments are recurring cost of adjustments that have happened at the quarterly fund reviews, like substitute teacher incentives, middle school late buses, esports stipends, workers' comp, legal fees, online campus, those kinds of things that are recurring, but we've been funding with one-time funds, so we need to really include those in the baseline. The enrollment cost is about $20 million, represents about 208 positions, and Matthew Norton, Assistant Budget Director, will go over that in more detail. And then $9.3 million to support enhanced summer school, and $3.6 million to address the backlog of maintenance projects, and those are both routine adjustments that we have every year, included as changes to support that, the transfers to other funds. And then the contractual rate increases are cost escalations for maintenance contracts, inflationary increases, leases, those kinds of things. And the baseline adjustments total $65.2 million. Multi-year initiatives are at $4 million. Those are things that, previous boards or this board have approved, but that we couldn't do in 1 year, and so we phased it in over multiple years. That includes the inclusive preschool expansion, the human capital management project, fine and performing arts stipends, and then certified athletic trainers. Next up are identified investments, and that's $14.2 million, and that's only 2 things: the safety and security, and that will fund, I don't think it's been decided exactly yet which projects are the top priority, but we know there's a need for exterior security cameras at 44 elementary schools, expansion of the RATBAC program, a panic alert system, and security vestibule funding. And then $4.9 million for differentiated learning credentials, which will support us offering micro-credentials for universal design for learning and multilingual learners. So then if you look at the revenue, again, it requests a county transfer increase of $268 million, or about 10%, and that's primarily to fund a compensation adjustment. State revenue, again, our budget includes what the governor introduced, and those funds increases total $23.2 million. and that's the state's share of a 3% compensation supplement, an increase in English language learner initiatives, and we're hoping that the General Assembly will allocate additional funding for K-12 and to make good on the work of JLARC. And they have a little bit. We'll go over that when we do the state update. Federal aid is projected to decrease by $1 million, and that's just current federal awards for Carl Perkins and IDEA, which are the only two grants that support the operating fund. All the other federal funding is in the grant fund, but those awards are expected to reduce by $1 million. And then the other revenue increase is due to increases related to Thomas Jefferson tuition from other divisions and the city of Fairfax. You should, it's worth reminding you that, next slide, over the last 3 years, we've had lower and lower rates of county funding compared. If you compare fiscal 15 to 19, the historical average was 52.7%. In fiscal 25, that dropped to 51.5%, which was an impact of $64 million to FCPS. So that's where we stand on that. And again, with the state funding, we began that conversation months ago. Virginia school divisions receive less funding per student than the 50-state average and the regional average, and then many of our neighboring states spend more per pupil, including West Virginia, Kentucky, and Maryland. But for now, Virginia school districts have yet to see any meaningful change as a result of the JLARC study. JLARC estimates that we are underfunded by $568.7 million. That's not the entire Commonwealth. That is just Fairfax County Public Schools. That equates to approximately $3,100 for each of our young people. They also have done some near-term recommendations based on their findings, focusing on elimination or slightly raising the support cap, exploring enhanced support for special ed, and the importance of addressing data infrastructure needs. However, at this point, no concrete legislative reforms have been adopted about the JLARC study, so we continue to wait on that. And now I'll turn things over to Matthew Norton, who will provide an update on enrollment and student needs.
Okay, next slide. Good afternoon, school board members, and thank you, Lee. This portion of the benchmarks chart that is focused on student enrollment is shown on the chart before you here. You can see, with the exception of special education, that we are not projecting substantial enrollment changes. And we'll go over each of these areas individually after I touch on the budget impact overall. So next slide, please. As far as the budget impact goes, here you'll see a chart that should look familiar. We've gone over it the last 3 or 4 years now, and it's also included on our budget documents. But you can see the bottom right of that chart shows with a $20 million increase related to enrollment and student needs. And if you look right above that total line, you can see the subtotal for special education is $20.6 million. And so basically, special education is the factor that's driving enrollment and student need growth in this budget. All of the other items are basically netting to a fairly negligible amount in comparison, or about negative $0.6 million. And again, we'll go over each of those in detail as we progress. Next slide, please. We wanted to just start off with a quick chart just showing overall enrollment and how things have changed since the pandemic. You can see from this dotted line projected enrollment over the years since FY21, and then you can see the X's, and the red X represent our actual enrollment in each of those fiscal years, with the red being an estimate, as we don't yet have final data this year. There's a component of our enrollment data that's not measured until after March 31st, although it's a very small component, so we wouldn't expect things to change very much for that FY25, where that is at 183.33. And so that's just information for you on the overall enrollment. Next slide, please. We'll kick things off with the component of our staffing formulas that's related to free and reduced price meals. So what we did is we kept last year's chart and moved it over to the left, and then we've provided this year's chart for the cost impact on the budget. And again, as I said previously, special education is the area where we're seeing the most growth, so you'll see pretty small dollar amounts on these other slides. But for the FRM component, we have about a $0.2 million impact, and that's largely because there are for the number of schools that are increasing in their FRM band, we have corresponding schools that are decreasing, and so we really have kind of a net zero impact over the course of the entire school division. You can see that we have roughly the same number of schools eligible for needs-based staffing at 122. It's actually down one from 123 last year. And then you can see that instead of a 2 percentage point increase, we have a kind of negligible increase this year. Again, all of that kind of leads to that very small dollar amount when it comes to the impact on the budget. If we pop to the next slide, here you'll see a line chart where we're taking the solid line is that same information that was provided previously for overall enrollment, and we're just juxtaposing it with a dotted line that represents free and reduced price meals. And what I'd really like you to hone in here on is the fact that from FY25 to FY26, that line is relatively flat, whereas if you look the last 2 years, it had been increasing pretty substantially. Now, even though that line's flat, we still do expect our overall percentage of students to be eligible for free and reduced price meals to pop up to 37%, so up 0.1 percentage point. And that's because our overall enrollment is projected for a slight decline. So even though, you know, the enrollment's staying flat, we still see a slight rise in the percentage of students eligible. That's over 1 in 3 students eligible for free and reduced price meals in the county. And just for context, I think when I started working here, it might have been under 1 in 4. So it's definitely changed quite a bit in my tenure here at FCPS. If we move on to the next slide, we're into the multilingual learners section of the changes to the budget. This year, we have a shift towards lower levels of service needs, so towards levels 3 and 4, whereas last year, the growth that was projected was primarily focused on levels 1 and 2. A lot of the shift is actually based on how students came in this fiscal year. And then we also have a slight decline at 421 fewer students projected to receive services. Those two things alone would actually be a savings to the budget, but we are having to adjust to recognize that the state had an SOQ hold harmless in this current year, that we didn't have to completely meet the requirements set at the state level. And so this is going to be the first year where we have to meet the full new standards. And so that's offsetting the savings that we have from the slight reduction in cost and resulting in a $1 million impact to the budget. If we move on to the next slide, you can see again, we've done that same line chart again with overall enrollment. Instead of FRM this time, we're obviously juxtaposing with multilingual learner services. You can see it's a little bit flatter over the time period, and we actually have, like I said, that projected decrease from FY25 to FY26, and a slight downtick in the percentage of students who are expected to be eligible for services as a percentage of the total population. And then finally, we'll move on to the special education section of the student needs portion of enrollment. And here's, again, where you see that $20.6 million cost. And you can see that the numbers this year are very similar to last year. We're projecting 1,486 additional students to receive special education services, and that's very much in line with last year's number. And the one reason the cost is a little bit lower this year, $4.6 million lower, is that we're actually opening far fewer preschool special education classrooms because the influx that we provided last year was enough to kind of meet capacity for even this coming year, is what the projections are showing. And so there is a slight savings compared to last year, but still a cost of $20.6 million. And again, same line chart that should be familiar by now, except we have special education as the dotted line. And then what I would point out there is that that line continues to increase, whereas the other two were leveling off or slightly declining. And so you can see that for the projections for FY26, we're projected to be up to 17.2% of students eligible for special education services, and that's up from 16.3% projected last year. Finally, just to kind of wrap up a summary for you all, what we've tried to do here is take all the data that's been in this portion of the presentation from the last 4 years and provide you with the impact of each of those 4 categories. So you can see we show the projected enrollment change in each of the fiscal years, culminating with a 4-year net of 7,700 fewer students. We have the impact that the overall enrollment had on the budget, which again was a huge savings in FY23. We had some student increases in 24 and 25, and now we're sort of leveling off. But if you look at that 4-year net, it's a savings of almost $46 million. And then you can see that within each of the student need categories, we did have a little bit of savings in FY23, but we've had, tremendous growth in those areas. And so we're investing in providing services to our most vulnerable students. And that's resulting in that total budget impact. That's the 4-year net of $43.6 million and about 470 additional positions. I'll turn things back over to Lee for a compensation update.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and go to the next slide. Yeah. And for all of you that, just as a reminder, our compensation philosophy stems from a 2016 market study and aspires to maintain a 95 to 105% of the market at the midpoint. That's our goal. As of fiscal 25, we've fallen just outside that window for the midpoint or even further away at the market max. And our ranking compared to the other divisions is less than ideal in all three areas, min, mid, and max. I think you all would agree, we have incredible teachers and staff here at FCPS, and we want to keep them by offering competitive salaries that allow them to live in our county. Beginning teacher salaries for the master's lane still lag behind other school divisions in the metro area, ranking 5th of 8 Washington Area Board of Education, or WABE participants. An increase of 7% will propel our standing to 1st of 8 beginning salaries for those with a master's degree. And if salaries are not at the top of the region, we will continue to lose excellent educators to other divisions. It is very valuable for us to be able to go to these job fairs in the Commonwealth and say we pay the most in the metropolitan area. You may or may not know that of the education programs at universities in Virginia, about 2,500 people graduate every year with a degree in education, and here in Fairfax, we could hire them all, and we want to. So get them trained up and turn them into lifelong employees of Fairfax County Public Schools, and the way to do that is to pay the most, at least at the beginning salary. So that's one of the reasons why we concentrate on that. If you look at the midpoint, or teachers at the middle of their career, right now we rank 7th of 8 WABE divisions, but this budget will improve our standing to the midpoint to 5th of 8. And then next slide. At the maximum, we rank 7 of 8. And we expect to remain there even with the 7% compensation increase. But the collective bargaining agreement will address this issue a little bit, because you may recall that the agreement shows that we will add 1 step at the top of the scale in fiscal 27 and fiscal 28. The surrounding counties with us have 30 or more steps on their teacher scale, because it takes 30 years to get a full unreduced VRS retirement, and we currently have 25 steps. So, we have made I think we started at 18 the last time they did a salary study for teachers. There was only 18 steps on the teacher salary schedule, and we've kind of been whittling away at that. So now we're at 25 steps. But we really, have a goal of trying to get to 30 so that we pay more at the top for our most tenured teachers. And it also is, enough years to get an unreduced VRS benefit. And, for all that, we're comparing fiscal 25, because certainly at the time the superintendent proposed her budget, we don't have a lot of fiscal 26 information. We have a little bit more now. So for fiscal 26, Alexandria has stepped out with 2.85% and an MSA, but their MSA varies among different groups, so we don't have, they're giving it, but as far as a percentage average, we weren't able to get that from them. Arlington doesn't release their budget until 3/13, and they have not shared with us what their salary proposal is. Falls Church has included 5%, of course us 7%. Loudon has included 6.5% step plus COLA. Manassas City releases on February 25th, Manassas Park on February 10th, and Prince William releases on February 5th. But Prince William has already released information to the media about their agreement with their union, and they have also agreed on 7% in fiscal 26. So we would expect this to say 7% once their budget comes out. I guess that's tomorrow. And so this is just a chart of the beginning salary, the master's lane, And again, we anticipate the 7% catapulting us to first in the beginning teacher salary in the region. Our improvement at midpoint and max, again, are not as favorable, but that's something that we're going to work on in the future. The next slide is about the state and federal update. We want to provide you the latest information that we have, which, at least with the federal, it's not much, but we'll tell you what we have. But first, let's talk about the state. And on Sunday, February 2nd, just a couple days ago, the House and Senate each released their amendments to the governor's introduced budget. There are a number of similarities that suggest the reconciliation process could be smoother this year. Both chambers maintained the VPI funding that the governor had reduced. They provide a per-pupil add-on for special education. There are a couple of differences. The Senate has called for the bonus to be provided in fiscal '25 prior to June 1st, while the House bonus would be in fiscal '26, so next year. But both would come with expenditure requirements, of course, in their respective fiscal years. The House provides about $100,000 for Title I enrichment, which the Senate does not. And you should note that the final vote on the conference budget is no later than February 22nd. Of course, the governor has a bit of time to line item veto, and then the reconvened session will be on April 2nd. But we'll, of course, continue to monitor the state budget, culminating with their inclusion in the approved budget, assuming there aren't any delays at the state level. And as many of you are aware, there's been a flurry of activity with the new federal administration. While exact specifics continue to be elusive, it's clear that we may not be able to rely on consistency of federal funding, as has largely been the case historically. The new administration attempted to freeze federal funding while reviewing compliance with the president's numerous executive orders, but court challenges have resulted in a temporary restraining order and subsequent withdrawal of the OMB memo that started all the confusion, but of course the executive orders remain. It's just the OMB memo that was rescinded, and that was the implementation piece about the pause. And again, you all know that for K-12, the pause targets funding that are in support of initiatives that are out of alignment with the executive orders. And so for K-12, that's DEI initiatives, environmental issues, and immigrant primarily. I mean, there's been a couple of executive orders since then about other things that weren't directly related to grant funding. Although, make no mistake, the other executive orders are absolutely contemplate leveraging this funding to get us in compliance with those two executive orders as well. We have, over $160 million in federal dollars across our various funds. We don't believe that the majority of these dollars overlap with the executive orders, meaning the DEI initiatives, the environmental initiatives, and the immigration initiatives, those three things that created the pause. Not a lot of the dollars, the $168 million, are in support of those initiatives, so that impact, if it's as stated, won't be as significant as it could be. Again, due to the lack of clarity and the potential for the administration to use funding as leverage, it's prudent to proceed with the utmost caution. I'm horrified to report that nobody's still really talking about food services at the federal level. I've not heard a lot of information about that. And that is particularly concerning because even though all of these funds, that funds the operating fund is a very small amount of the $4 billion budget. That's IDEA and Perkins. And then, of course, adult and community ed, that's workforce development, that's just a couple of million. The grants and self-supporting, that's all of the titles, Title I, Title II, Title III, that's about $56.5 million. But the food and nutrition services, the meal reimbursement is $58.2 million. As Matthew said, about 37% of our kids rely on free and reduced meals. And for those kids, for some of them, that is the best meal they get all day long. And that makes up 60% of food services budget. So that is much larger impact than any of the other, federal funding sources. Again, Food and nutrition is required to maintain 3 months fund balance. So, of course, we can limp along for a few months, but I just can't imagine that cooler heads are not going to prevail and that somebody's going to decide that food services should also be exempt as Social Security, Medicare, those, Pell Grants, the direct payments to individuals, that somebody's going to see the wisdom of that and exempt that from the pause as well. But for now, we just have to wait and see. And now we're going to do the Baldridge Award update, and Marty Smith is going to take care of that.
Okay, and good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be back in the budget seat. I haven't been at a board presentation for a little over a year and a half, so it's good to be here. I am going to provide a bit of an update for where we are in the Baldridge process. And for the community and for the board, we are in the process of applying for the Malcolm Baldridge National Quality Award. And for some background, it's an award that was established by Congress to improve the quality of American products and services in education, healthcare, business, and government organizations. So it's an opportunity for us to find efficiencies in our organization, particularly with our operations. The review is broken up into 7 specific categories. I'll read them aloud for those who might be following along in the community. We have leadership, strategy, customers, measurement, analysis, and knowledge management, workforce, operations, and results. Next slide, please. So the framework includes a series of questions to get to the heart of our strategy and our process, such as how do we conduct strategic planning? How do we listen to our customers? There are a lot of how questions that drive this work, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that with the presentation. To begin this work, we've developed cross-functional teams of principals and central office leaders to document our strategy and process in each of the categories I shared earlier. And this month, our senior leadership team will begin the process of analyzing the work of these teams to look for duplication of efforts, gaps in our work, current efficiencies, and inefficiencies. I will say that the foundation of this work will be looking at our dollars and FTEs by departments and offices, and also by the tasks of those individuals in those departments. And we're also going to be using the program budget. To shout out to Lee's budget team for all the work that they put into the program budget. We'll be using that program budget as the foundation of our work as well. At the conclusion of this full review, recommendations for streamlining our process will be presented to the superintendent for possible implementation during FY26 quarterly budget reviews, and certainly for the FY27 budget process. Next slide, please. It's important to note that the project is ahead of schedule. As you may recall, we were presented with the Spirit Award for our organizational profile submission, and we're currently gathering information for our 25-page submission, and that application is about 50% complete. So again, those 7 teams are working across the division to gather information for that application process, and we're about halfway there. And as I shared earlier, the senior leadership team will assess the information in each of these categories to finalize that application. And that same team will gather information for our 50-page application to include results. And this application is due on or before December 1st. Next slide, please. And with regard to the timeline, our first 25-page application is due this spring, and that feedback will be used for our submission for December 1st. Then in late winter of 2026, we will have Baldridge reviewers here at FCPS, and they will have the ability to engage with individual board members, engage with members of our staff, members of our community, to get feedback on our processes to see if the information that we shared with them is actually embedded in the work that we do. And then the results of that 50-page application and any potential award that we will receive will be shared in the spring of 2026. Now, Baldridge has shared with us that it's rare to win an award on the first submission, but we are Fairfax County, and we're shooting for that award on the first submission. And regardless of any award, we will receive feedback for all areas of improvement on all of our application submissions. And I also want to note that we're beginning with a regional process so that our national application is well positioned as possible to receive an award. So these regional reviewers who are coming out, they're highly trained examiners who will provide direct, actionable feedback for the superintendent and the leadership team. And then we will have the ability to apply for that national award with our submission in 2027. And with that, I will turn it back over to Ms. Bird.
Y'all are familiar with our budget question process, and we're, of course, hard at work on the latest questions, although most have been answered to date. Right now, we have 34 asked, 20 were priority 1, 14 were priority 2. Of the priority 1, 19 of the 20 have been answered, and the one remaining doesn't have a due date till February 18th. So I'm confident we'll get that done within the 30-day time limit. And the priority 2, they're all in development, being worked on. And then the next slide, we have a public hearing tonight. My understanding is the February 5th one has been canceled. You all need to be thinking about if you have budget amendments, because, we'll need to cost those if you have some. We have another school board work session on February 18th, and then the school board will approve the 26 advertised budget on February 20th. And we look forward to your discussion and can answer questions.
Thank you. So I saw first Ms. Anderson.
Without delving too deeply into all the nuances of what's going on at the federal level, I did have some questions. Do we have any visibility as to what the food services impact would be for Virginia overall? Is there a place to get that information to determine for the state what it would impact?
Is Michael Malloy here? He's out of the state. He's probably, down.
I think he's in Richmond.
Probably in Richmond.
Yeah.
No, I do not.
Okay, and because I would also be very interested in the Title I. I was looking, and I don't mean to use you as Google, I just was looking to see whether or not there was a listing of how many Title I schools we had in the state of Virginia. That information doesn't seem readily accessible, and I was wondering if you guys were tracking that, because I do think that it's important for us to work with our partners across the state to understand that while this is a significant impact for us, it could be even more of a significant impact for other divisions across the Commonwealth if we actually aren't all working together to see what we can do to ensure that at least state funding can take over where the federal government decides to not. So I think that it would be a worthwhile endeavor for us to understand where those partners are located so that we can in our capacities go out and see if we can round up some help.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Anderson.
Just to pick up on what Ms. Anderson said, as the legislative liaison, I had the opportunity to participate in the Federal Relations Committee's work, which is organized by VSBA, and the food insecurity and the impact to food and nutrition programs was the largest part of the conversation with that group yesterday with Senator Kaine. And so the coalition is out there. I'm here today. I'm missing the second part because I had to be here today, but everybody who was on that committee is on the Hill speaking to their respective congressional representatives. And some of the issues that we all have coalesced around is the impact of the food issue. So that is definitely out there and well in hand. Just to jump into my questions a little bit, and I'm going to work backwards. The Baldridge Award, I think I was a little confused. I think when the board had put forward in the budget from a couple of years ago to do the assessment, I didn't realize it came with an award. I just thought it was an evaluation. Has that always been the case?
That's always been the case.
Oh.
So it does come with an award. So for the profile, organizational profile, we did win the Spirit Award, which was our first award in this process. And we're hopeful to win the national award at some point, first with the region and then move on to the national.
Sure. You know, as one board member, because we've been talking about this since I've been on the board, it's always talking about the efficiencies, making sure we're maximizing all of our dollars. The recommendations for streamlining processes that you mentioned on slide 44, will those be shared with the board? You mentioned it will be shared with the superintendent. I
And
guess
so,
that's a Dr. Reed
so
question.
they will eventually, through the superintendent, be shared with the board. One of the things that we are also going to do, just this past Friday, we shared an update with the board on our Baldridge work. And as we move through those processes with all of the teams, starting with leadership, going on to strategy and those different category areas, we'll be providing the board an update from our work from those areas.
Thank you. And the next question is primarily for Dr. Reed. She is not here. I couldn't even see. Yeah, how about I do that? On one of the slides, I can't remember, the one that talked about, that had the 3-year view in terms of what our increased needs were as per student, student enrollment. No, I think it's slide 30. Yep, just got it. Are you anticipating, am I reading this correctly, to state that in FY '26, we are needing an additional 207 positions? Is that what that means? Oh, sorry, I was distracted.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's a lot. Okay, Dr. Reed is here, so I'll ask her my question. Again, we have lots happening in the world, in the political climate. How are we preparing for the potential, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the potentially losing some of our grant funds? Do we have a plan B that you're working on that will help to address the grant-funded positions that we have? And this is even outside of nutrition services.
So I think it's early days on which grants and how they may or may not be affected. We know that our major grants are front-funded, so they're good through June 30th.
Okay.
So except for things like our meals program, which are not grants that are front-funded. So as we think about next year, I think we're going to learn more this spring. Some of those grants require congressional approval to dismantle. So I don't know that I want to speculate this afternoon, but we're looking at a variety of scenarios. Should X happen, this is how we might respond in a Y fashion. Should Z happen, this is an H response. But we're watching and monitoring very closely, and between now and May, when the final budget approval is required, I believe we will have more information then to make more concrete decisions. But at this time, we're good except for meals and likely other non-front funded grants, but not position grants other than our food and nutrition staff.
Thank you. I would appreciate
ma'am.
that, and I'll circle back to that in a few weeks. Speaking about the scales that are shown, you've given us data for the master's scales, but I cannot find the data for the bachelor scales, and I know that's not who we're targeting, but it's good to have comprehensive information. Where can that be provided in terms of our standing?
Yes, that can be provided. We do compare a little more favorably at the bachelor's lane, I know that. But we typically, try to hire people with the master's degree, and so that's, one of the reasons why we and the other divisions around us all concentrate on that master's lane. But we can get you that data.
That would be very helpful to have. Thank you. And I'll go back, please.
And Ms. Dixon.
Thank you for the presentation. For the budget team, it's a lot of work, and thank you, our budget chair, vice chair, for all the work's gone into it. My question is for our slide 15 on safety and security needs. I wanted to know how much is a wrap back program cost out of this $9.3 million?
I am not entirely sure. I know that Mr. Smith might be, if you've spoken to Mr. Malloy more recently.
It's about $500,000. It's calculated at $1 per employee per month, so it's about $12 per employee.
Okay. So this is one of the things we have been discussing, and it's a very important part of a request made, and it should be definitely be funded, this program, because it just takes anybody who has a criminal background applying with the prior states, applying to FCPS. And it can be, and if they're doing any crime, I guess, anywhere, it comes back to us as well. The reporting is done. So I just wanted to know the dollar value, because out of 9.3, it doesn't look like it is a big investment in that. Actually, the question I wanted to ask is there a reason, and I think we have to discuss this more with our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors, that on slide 17, that there is such a deficit of the percentage year after year. Is it we are collecting less revenue from the county, from our taxpayers, that's happening? Maybe that number, if you could highlight. So the question is, are we collecting less revenue from the counties, or we are getting less transfers now?
Well, the actual dollar amount
Yes.
is more, but it's a less of a percentage share of the county resources that are available.
And there is any, I guess, we have to find out why, I guess, from our side. So lastly, my question, and I think I'll take a go back. I haven't formalized all my questions. On this slide, on page 20, where we have, okay, page number 28, slide 28. We have 1,486 additional students projected to receive special education service, and then 15 new preschool special education classroom are coming. We need at the cost of $20 million cost. I wanted to, are we building these classrooms? Why is it $3 million per classroom?
So there may be some facility impact at a school here or there, but it's not, I don't think it's widely expected that we would be, building additions for all 15 classrooms. It's going to depend on the locations that the classrooms end up as to, how the school can handle the capacity and whether or not they're, shrinking in a 6th grade class or something like that. Because we are seeing larger cohorts at the upper grade levels sort of move into middle school and high school. And so I wouldn't say that there is a tremendous facility impact, but there's certainly potential for some facility impact.
So this is basically it's including the facility enhancement and the staffing, et cetera, that's like a cumulative number?
The 20.6 is the staffing cost only.
Staffing cost only.
That's correct.
Well, my question is, I think, to my colleague, and I have 15 seconds, and I will come back to that. Just understanding about our universal learning, we talk about that, and then we have investing $20 million in special classroom for preschoolers. So maybe you can answer me later when I have my additional time. Thanks.
Only $3 million is of the 20.6, $3 million of it is preschool, and that's 15 teachers and 15 aides to support those 15 new classrooms. And then the other 17 million is the other special education students. Yeah, K-12.
Thank you. Ms. Robin, and then Ms. Robin. Yes, Ms. Robin, Ms. Lady, and then Ms. Mirren.
Thank you. Just comment, slide 27 and slide 29 are identical, so one of them has to be the ESOL data, or the multi-language learner data, and one has to be SPED, so you can check that out later. But then I'm actually going to speak from the resources that were provided by Dr. Reed, I believe. I'm in the Budget at a Glance section of the book on page 15, where the breakdown is of the majority of employees are school-based. I'm assuming counselors fall under teacher scale?
Yes.
Okay, so the other comment I need to make is while our ratios are good, well, decent, for high school and middle school, that we need to lower the ratio of student to counselor at the elementary level. We are losing elementary counselors every year to neighboring systems who have a better ratio, and these people are in the master schedule, which is not what counselors signed up to do. So I think we have a compounded thing here that we need to look at, that ratio, and add more elementary counselors. Page 19, also of the budget report, I want to talk about average class size. And perhaps I'm wrong, but I need average class size to be representative of not specials, not certified teachers in that building. And my point is, when you talk about some of these ratios, they look incredibly low, but in practice, they're not. And my concern is we're getting that number, but we're including the math specialist, the AAP specialist, a reading specialist, STEAM specialist, and dividing it by our total population, instead of saying, this is how many fifth grade classes we have, third grade classes we have, and dividing that by the population. I think it's very misleading to our public, and I personally have been hearing it from my constituency, because they don't understand when they look at that number. So I want to do the same thing at middle school and high school, is we can't talk about, if I trade a teacher at the high school level because I need a 504 coordinator, that's a certified person, but they're not fronting with kids. They don't get a classroom of children. So I just want to make sure we correct that math, because I think this represents specialists in the building as added on to the number of teachers and then divisible by the number of students in the building.
And just real quick, Ms. Lee, I don't think, what document are you looking at? 'Cause I don't think that's in the slide. I see staff furiously shuffling papers to find it.
This PowerPoint called Budget at a Glance. Whatever I was given, I think Dr. Reed gave us all of these, and I put it in a binder.
Is it fact sheet?
Sure.
Or is it the budget document?
This was the first page. But again, I'm talking, the first comment I made, and I'm losing time, slide 27 and 29 of this presentation is identical data. 27. So we have 27, it says we have 181,701 multi-language projections, and it's down to 181,091, and that's the exact same projection for
Let me just clear that up.
special education?
No. We repeated the same overall enrollment line, that's the solid line on all three charts.
Okay.
The dotted line is what's different.
Okay, thank you. That's my mistake then. So also on the budget at a glance, page 355, I just feel like I just continue to need to elevate this. When we have schools of different size and we have one staff member in certain categories per school, it's a gross inequity. It's just a gross inequity. When you have one SPIT at a high school of 2,900 and you have one SPIT at a high school of, 1,700, it's an inequity, okay? We fixed it with T-specs. Which is fascinating to me because they're not doing the instruction, they're doing the hardware. But we need support in the instruction. But we also have one finance tech in a school of 2,900 versus an elementary school of 350. We've got to fix this inequity.
Thank you. And do you
I'll
wanna
take a go back.
Okay, all right, perfect. Yep, figured. Ms. Mirren and then Mr. Moon.
Okay. I first want to say I really appreciated the fact sheets which were provided to the board that really tell the story of our funding and include everything from the particular line items to the JLARC state funding recommendations and the federal landscape. So this is really outstanding. I also like that it's capturing in one place information about compensation changes. It's providing a history of what the board has done. It's really an outstanding document. I want for me to see us be as strategic as possible in how we do our work. The superintendent provides a wealth of information to the board weekly and then for each meeting. And for me, in reading these materials over the past few months in particular, regarding facilities and budget prep and all sorts of other things, I'm seeing a nexus of connections that's informing my understanding and my questions and my intentions and my hopes for this board. So I'm trying to look at things at a big level, because there's tons of interesting stuff at these smaller levels, but I can't keep on top of that, and I don't think it's my job to. So my biggest takeaway right now is that the school system and the county government must work more strategically and collaboratively. Maybe it's board to board, but I think really it's executive to executive. Usually there's this dance with the budget. The Board of Supervisors will increase a little bit and the schools will say it's not enough, when really they're both true at the same time. This year, and for the foreseeable future, we have common challenges, and I'll even say threats, and efforts, working against the success of our quality of life here in Fairfax. So how do we as a board, this is really, for my colleagues, I don't have questions for staff yet as much, but how do we as a board determine where to spend our collective energy? What messages and information should we all be committed to and sharing when we're advocating to other elected officials who may have a wider impact and voice and informing our community? For instance, I think we need to keep communicating very clearly that we are filling gaps that are not part of our mission to educate students, but it's critical to keeping them safe, like RAPBAC. This is a law enforcement matter that we are now burdened with providing because the governor won't. That's $500,000 we could use on instruction to do law enforcement work. The cost of healthcare, page 6, the cost of the pharmacy plans. Related to a contract this week that we're asked to approve for an extension for Cigna. I tried to look up the profit margin for Cigna and Kaiser, didn't get around to it, but we are beholden to this, and the community needs to constantly be reminded that this is out of our control. Also, the increases in International Baccalaureate and Advanced Placement, College Board. I also wanted to do a little bit of learning. So on page 4, and this is where I'll ask my specific question, and I'll use a go back to, but on page 4, that middle of the fact sheets that the board has, there's a story about staffing numbers, and there are changes, and some are quite large, and some, they go up and down and up and down. And I'd like to know, what's the story behind that? Can we learn anything about that decision-making? Why did we have so much fluctuation, and how do we avoid that? So that's really a question for the superintendent and staff.
I'll have staff start and then I'll complete.
So which chart, there's several charts.
It's in the fact sheet that was
Yeah,
sent
but
to the
which-
board. It's the middle one, middle left.
So,
Change from prior year, the school board, it goes from 681 to 324 to minus 321.
What page is that on, sorry?
yeah, so.
Okay, all right, thank you, gotcha.
Yeah, fact sheet, page 4, the middle of the charts, the header is Summary of Position Changes FY 2006 to 2026. And I believe the column that's tagged Change from Prior Year, SB and NSB, those are our position changes overall. So if you recall back to for instance, the part of the presentation that I delivered related to student enrollment growth, we have 207, a position change of plus 207 related to enrollment and student needs, for instance. That's going to be, part of that number there, right? So it's that all that is the combination of all the various position changes that are made in any given year. But what I would say is that any given year, student enrollment is what's driving the bulk of our position changes. So does that help answer your question?
Can I just finish this topic real quick? Well, can I just finish this while we're on this matter instead of waiting 40 minutes?
That's
Okay.
fine, quickly, please,
Well,
thank you.
but if you look at 15 and 16, there's virtually no change in instruction, and there's a change of 600 staff. So I understand the tie to membership. What I don't understand is this okay? And is this what we want to have happening, where we have fluctuations of 300 to 600 staff? Is that where we want to be? And because that seems like it would wreak havoc, especially on schools.
Thank you. And do you want to go back? Yes. Okay, put you down for it. Staff, go ahead.
So I think you're addressing the changes to non-school based, correct? Because they're not tied directly to enrollment in the sense that we have formulas that are applied and that determines the staffing. But for the non-school based positions, we began to allow permanent conversion of traded positions to authorized positions back in 2021. Most of the departments have had no increases in central office positions, at least since I've been here in the last 6 years, and it is my understanding long before that. but we have been converting positions. And when I talk about conversion, it's like, okay, we have a position that a department head has been trading for 5 or 6 years in a row, and the same person is in that position. But every year, they're renewed for 1 year only because it's using traded dollars. So we allowed them to convert them permanently, so there was no dollar cost to the operating fund. It was you're giving up these dollars that you've been trading, and we're adding a position so that that person is a full-time authorized employee moving forward. And that's the case for 2 or 3 years that we allowed those conversions, and that's largely what makes up the increases that you see in the last 6 years for non-school-based positions, is they're not adds to the, I mean, some of them are, but it's a very minimal amount. Most of them are conversions that was no cost to the operating fund. It was just the position authorization.
Thank you. And Dr. Reed, did you want to jump in on this?
Sure. I think another piece to remember when we think about enrollment versus staffing increases, and Dr. Presidio probably can comment on this as well. Within the last 6 years, I think the special ed department chairs, for example, were a new position. Maybe AART positions would be new. And when we think about the size of our school division, the special ed department chairs for elementary alone would be 141 positions. Or an AART, I don't know if those were elementary, middle, and high, but those, I'll ask Dr. Presidio, but sometimes you can have several hundred positions added when enrollment doesn't shift because there's a desire for a certain level of service or a certain initiative that's requiring that. But Dr. Presidio, do you want to comment on that, please?
Yeah, just real briefly, because I think you covered it. The only thing I would add is with the AART positions, it was largely expanding the elementary AARTs to the middle school level. So that was the big programmatic from expansion for AARTs.
But those would be not enrollment driven. Those would be initiative driven. So I do want to note that, and maybe we should capture some of those. If your team, Dr. Presidio, could capture a couple of those initiatives, perhaps, where maybe we've had math specialists or reading specialists with our new curriculum, or however that plays out. But that may be helpful in explaining the narrative there.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Moon.
Some of the questions relate to what I had raised at the regular meeting, at the last meeting. But before I go there, let me first go to slide number 29. It is a special education enrollment projections. Since FY23 has been steadily increasing, and we are expecting another more than 1,400 special ed students next year. I'm assuming there's a number of students and number of services is also increasing, I'm assuming. Could you tell us why the increase of a special education student, number of special education students and number of services has been going up significantly higher than other categories?
So I can offer a few ideas, but I do think there's probably a larger question there for us to consider. So what I'll start out with, though, is I think, over the year, yes, sorry, I speak a little closer. I think over the years there has been, better improvements in identification of what student needs are, right? And so we certainly saw, like when there was a lot more awareness about autism, we certainly saw our autism numbers grow faster than other special education numbers. And so that's one example I'll give for a reason for the increase. I would say another thing that's been going on is that we've seen the number of students receiving preschool special education services increase over the years, and those students naturally will transition into being kindergartners with us, assuming they're still here, as they move through their school-age career. So those are two things that I can mention off the top of my head, but I think you're probably also getting at a larger question about, what other things are maybe driving identification or over-identification or any of those other things that are, sort of sticky, problematic things with any school system.
Okay, thank you. You know, when I ask these questions, I try to keep in mind potentially what supervisors may be asking of us, looking at this, because they'll be looking at the same slides that we do, and we just want to be prepared to respond. Give them the information they need as they make a decision to fund us. With that in mind, I'm going to ask you something that I did ask at the regular meeting is, at times in the past, some supervisors regularly, on the regular basis, ask us, what have you been doing differently? What have you decided not to do? Has there been any cost savings by doing something more efficiently? We never see those information when you make a budget request to us. So I wonder whether it is possible to include a slide or two somewhere when we go to the supervisor to tell them that these were some of the things that we are not doing, so we are saving this much of money by not doing this, or we're doing differently, so we are saving this kind of money. However, at the same time, we need to do these things that's costing us this much money, so overall, it's going to cost us this much more. So it's always will help us in making our case to have those information presented to the supervisors. And I would like to have those information for myself as well. Is it fair?
Well, we have not done, a cut drill or a reduction process, although every year we certainly talk about it. But, 93% of our funding and our employees are school-based, and 7% is a very tiny piece of our budget. And nobody wants to touch school-based as far as reductions go, because that means increases in class size, that means less support, less administrative support at the schools. And, of course, they're clamoring for more staff, not less. And in addition to that, we're hampered by being a labor-intensive industry, and it's very difficult to do much more than compensation in any given year. And every school division CFO that I talk to struggles with the exact same thing. With 90% of your budget being salaries and benefits, it's very hard to do anything except compensation. But, we did not do consider any new initiatives this year, whereas, in previous years, we would entertain consideration of new projects. We do have, the chiefs are tasked with, when they are reviewing their baselines, if there is, something they're doing that they've decided is no longer a priority, but they have something new that is a priority, they have the ability to repurpose those funds from one thing to the other, but that's largely invisible to you all, to us, because they submit their baseline. They've made some moves around, but we don't track what things they have reduced and what they have added. That's part of their baseline exercise.
Ms. Weldon, I'm not going to disagree with you that a vast majority of our budget going into people, paying people and their benefits. Granted that, as a body, making a case to a funding authority, we need to provide, even though it could be a small amount of money compared to our overall budget, that these are some of the things that each department has looked at and decided not to do, and include that information.
Well, we did include, we did not, there was, 53 million in fiscal '25 that was funded by ESSER, and those were items that, even though, we thought they were important because we funded them with ESSER, we did not include them in the operating fund in the following year or absorb them as part
Again, I was not going to use this word, but politically speaking, it makes a political sense, beneficial to us, to show them something so that they could use to talk to their taxpayers.
Thank you. And would you like a go back?
Absolutely, Mr. Budget Chair.
All right, good. Mr. Frisch, Chair Frisch.
Just to pick up where Mr. Moon left off, I think one of the good things about the presentation this year is that it does zero in on many of the things that Mr. Moon identified. First, it talks about the Bainbridge effort and the efforts around efficiency aligned with being efficacious at the same time, right? You can be efficient and really make things awful for student performance and for retaining staff, or you can be efficient with an eye towards being, maintaining quality. And so that's what Bainbridge is hopefully guiding us towards, and we'll learn more about that. Excuse me, what is Bainbridge? Is that a furniture store? I think it's a furniture store. Baldridge, thank you. Bainbridge, Baldridge. It sounds like some weird law firm. The other thing that I would note is in the early slides of the presentation, which we glossed over in today's work session, is not just the percentage of money going towards staff, but the percentage of money ending up in the classroom and the ratio of money going towards central office. One of the things that I think this board has done well for board after board after board is keeping the money going into central office relatively low. And so as a result, our ratios are better than almost every school division in Northern Virginia when it comes to the split between classroom spending and central office spending. So if there's an indication as to if there's waste or not, clearly we are doing a better job than most in ensuring that we are investing in classrooms and student success. I think that's slide 7. And I would also hammer home the note about ESSER. The work we were able to do with the ESSER money was not just fluff. It was essential support for students that we have had to cut because we did not have the resources to continue funding it. And this is just 1 year's worth of cuts, right? There are lots of things that we've either had to scale back or eliminate entirely in previous years as the money has kind of dried up. So we've done quite a bit on this regard. And I think in every conversation we have about this, I think we glossed over it today because we just went over this at the regular meeting 2 weeks ago. But I think when we do talk about this in the future, when we're out in the community, when we're talking about it in our newsletters, when we're talking to our supervisors, when we're going to budget town hall meetings with our supervisors, this is something that we need to hammer home at the beginning of the conversation and draw people's attention to.
Thank you. Mr. McElveen.
Thank you so much. So I would just, and I know this is common sense to everyone, but this is the first budget that we've done as this compilation of board members. And part of that brings me a little disappointment in that, a lot of the multi-year initiatives in this budget, which I support, come from a prior board, come from a strategic plan that the new board didn't have much say in. So that's just to say that I'm disappointed that we don't have more of a mark on this budget as it stands. First question I have for you is in the comparison of top scale of master's level salaries, the thing that really stood out to me was Prince William, which has a top salary of $149,000. How in the world do they make that work? And how could we get to that point? I mean, I think that's more than our principals make, I believe. So,
Yeah, if you look at the class size, Prince William's class sizes are larger than everyone else. And they are able to provide higher salaries as a result of that.
Fascinating. Okay, that's helpful. Next question is that on staffing formulas. I believe in the past we've been provided with a location where we can look at, our formulas for things like psychologists, social workers. Where can we find those?
It's in the appendix of the budget document, and it includes our FCPS staffing standard, and alongside it, the state SOQ standard.
Got it. What was it? Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Would you like a go back? Okay, all right. Sizemore-Heiser.
Yeah, just really briefly. First, I do appreciate Mr. Moon's comments. I know the budget chair and vice chair had conversations with you as well about talking about just fiscal responsibility that we're already demonstrating, right? Including also specifics about the differences between the real needs that we're funding through ESSER that we can't fund now. So I don't know if you want to comment on that, Dr. Reed.
I do, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, and My apologies for not being clear about that at the outset of this presentation, but we did pare back over 50 million in expenses year over year because coming out of the pandemic, we're still working on learning loss for a number of our students in different grade levels as we emerge from the pandemic. So our needs continue, and the federal dollars that supported those needs do not. So we had to stop doing some things to continue doing things that we funded with those dollars. And saving over 50 million year over year is significant for us. So I do want to make sure we have clear talking points on that moving forward.
Yeah, if you could get that maybe as a talking point as well in terms of some of the budget commentary, that would be really helpful. And if there's other things that we can, because I agree, I think demonstrating fiscal responsibility, I mean, there's just a lot of pressures on our funders and a lot of competing priorities. And I know we're doing our part to be fiscally responsible, but making it clear and evident what we're already doing would be really helpful. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but hear me out. I talk about inclusion. I've talked about it for 15 years, right? Now we're looking at the greatest increase of our costs in the budget, enrollment-wise, for special education students. So I'm just going to read you something. In the United States, research has indicated that inclusion is 11% or 13%, depending on which study you look at, cheaper for special education students for total expenses at the federal, state, and district level. For school district-only levels, inclusive practices may be as high as 37% cheaper. By the way, I said this to Dr. Garza. Research internationally has found similar evidence. In Bangladesh, reductions in wage earnings due to exclusive educational practices were estimated to cost the country $54 million per year, and inclusive education was estimated to recoup 20%, according to the World Bank. A similar figure of 20% was found in Nepal. In China, each year of education for people with disabilities led to a wage increase of 6.4%. So if you want to talk about how to save money for the fastest growing need of population, it is inclusive education, which also research shows is tied to better outcomes, both socially and academically and long-term economically. So the costs may go up in the beginning as we change our practices to be more inclusive, but it is clear from 30 years of studies that is not only fiscally responsible, but an educational imperative. So I just wanted to put that in the public sphere so people know when we keep talking about taking kids away and putting them in these separate classes and all this stuff, like intervention blocks and pullouts and things are also good. We still have a continuum. But both from a fiscal, a moral, and an educational perspective, inclusive education is the way to go. To answer my colleague's question, the reason that we aren't there yet is because it's going to take time to take what we're doing in this is why I keep talking about program delivery. It will save us money and it will be better educational outcomes. We have to do that from a budget perspective and an educational perspective. I have more, I'll go back, but I wanted to put that in the air.
Thank you. I'll take a quick turn, then we'll go to go-backs. As always, thank you, Lee, and your staff for this, and Dr. Reed. There's a lot of work that goes into this behind the scenes, and I know you're staying on top of it. So on slide 7, I really like this slide. I think this is a really important number that kind of tends to maybe get glossed over a little bit. Because I hear, newspapers and things like that, you've got all this administrative bloat, all this central office staffing and all this kind of stuff. So I actually asked staff, let's look at what the facts tell us. And the facts tell us right there that not only are we the lowest in the region, we're the lowest, and the second highest is a factor of 2. So it's not like we're tied neck and neck and it's as a wash. It is a significantly less percentage of our staff is sitting in this building for the most part. And I think that it tends to get washed out, but that's really important to remember. Slide 14, and I'm beating the proverbial dead horse here, but I'll do it again. STEM stipends. It's not a lot of money, and I think it's the right thing to do for the people that sponsor our STEM organizations, because in order to get a lot of grant funding, we have to have that role fulfilled, and we're giving stipends across the board to other positions, but our STEM folks tend to get lost in this. So perhaps I'll bring a budget amendment for that, but I just want to throw that out there again. On the Baldridge Award, I'm really excited about this. Do we actually get a medal?
We will actually get a Crystal Award if we get through the national.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for all the work you've done on this. And again, something else you read in the newspapers, FCPS has never had an outside audit. This is not true. Not only do we have outside audits every year from a financial perspective, the annual financial reviews, every year by outside agencies, accountants, but if I recall correctly, and some of those have been on the board for a while, I think in 2013, the state mandated an outside review done by a third-party entity, and if my memory serves correctly, they came up with $13 million in savings over an X number of years. So this Baldridge process is another look. It will be the second time in a decade, give or take, that we've done this, and it's the right thing to do, but it's the claim that, well, this has never been done before is not accurate. And last question, on slide 34, this is about the master's number, if I remember correctly. Yeah. It says after compensation increases, we would go from, I guess, 7 to 8. Help me understand, after this increase happens, where this number would go up to. I wasn't quite clear on that.
$97,420, which I assume is 7% higher than what's listed here.
Okay, gotcha. I figured that was the case. I wanted that dollar amount. Thank you. Perfect. All right. First up, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. I do want to kind of plug in and support what Mr. Moon and then I think other board members reiterated, because it's something that I've said myself since I've been on the board. And if you recall, even Mr. Frisch, the terms that he used, which has never left me, is we have to show our homework. No. Well, you've been saying this for years ago, but Bainbridge is new. We have to show our homework, and I will push even further for more than talking points. It has to be a slide. It has to be part of the budget presentation that everyone in our community who's going to pour into it will see that we are being as lean as we are doing our work to be fiscally responsible. Quick question, Dr. Reed. Our teacher trainees, are they folks with bachelor's degrees or without degrees yet? Walk me through that a little bit, because I didn't recall.
So Mr. Solomon is not here, and we have several categories of teacher trainees versus provisional. I'm going to have to defer to Mr. Smith, who oversaw our human resources most recently.
So our teacher trainees do have bachelor's degrees. It may not be in education, and so they're working toward certification in particular areas, but those trainees do have bachelor's degrees.
Okay, the reason why I wanted to raise this is because we have teacher trainees in our classrooms with bachelors, and I know we are going to hone in on teachers with master's degrees. But we also have to have the opportunity to sell all of the things Fairfax County has. And we have to sell the fact that we are highest with the bachelors, because we have plenty of people coming out of schools with a bachelor's degree. I know I was one, looking for a job right away before you take a year or two to get your master's degree. We need to make that part of the presentation, because when I look at page 4, we are number 2, just behind Falls Church City, which is tiny. We have got to share that story a little bit boldly and a little bit more forcefully. In addition, another piece of data that is on page 4, and this is of the packet, the fact sheets, is the benefit that the benefit that we provide uniquely compared to any other division in the Waby area. Our additional 8% from ERFC. I believe this is the slide here, Ms. Burden, where it says teacher salary with benefits comparison. Is this what is inclusive of the 8% of ERFC, the additional benefit package?
Yes.
So if we were to put this out, we are, and I don't know what scale this is, but we're number one. And I get it, it is not all salaries, but we are missing an opportunity to advertise.
The recruitment absolutely uses ERFC as much as they can, as far as when they're talking to new teachers. But I can tell you, it is my understanding, after having done this a million years, that brand-new teachers do not care about pensions. They care about the salary, and even being a couple of $100 more is enough to get somebody to sign on. Now, tenured, it's really more of a retention thing, because once you're in ERFC, and then once you get a little bit older, I'm sure that's true of all of us, you do start thinking about pension and realize that value of ERFC. But brand new 22, 23-year-old teachers, that doesn't appear to be a big motivator. And as far as the bachelors go, another reason that we concentrate on the masters is because, unlike back when you were in school, these days all the Virginia
That
universities
was not too long ago.
all of the universities now offer a 5-year master's for teachers, so that it's not like it was, in the past, where
She's removing her foot.
Where it's 4 years, and then, after you got a job, then you went back to school for your master's. Most of them will try to, wrap that up as part of their undergrad experience.
And I can add, after having attended many job fairs, for those teachers who are veteran teachers who might be thinking about coming to Fairfax County, retirement is weighing heavily. And so we certainly have ERFC at all of our recruitment events, all of our job fairs. And I have actually had to walk several folks over to the ERFC table to talk about the value of ERFC for those individuals who might be coming to us from Loudoun or Prince William and have at least 5 years of teaching left, and very interested about that second retirement system.
I'll go back. I think that was my time.
So on the second go back, time permitting, and we'll cut that down to 2 minutes if we have time. Ms. Dixit, followed by Ms. Leading.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to stay awake also. That budget session after lunch was a not good idea. So, all right.
Budget's always a fun thing to talk
Yeah,
about.
definitely. Numbers. Sorry, I'm losing my time now. What is it? Okay, I'm going to go straight to the point. Where can we save money, right? Because all the money is getting tightened, and we don't obviously want to lose any instruction our teachers, or so where is the scope? And I think the people who are doing the budget probably know a little bit, like where is a little bit of flexibility, if you could.
Well, if you look in the budget document, in the back of the budget document, it provides a listing of all of the reductions that the school system has taken every single year to reduce the budget. It's an exhaustive list going back a decade, I think.
So sorry, just point of clarification. Is the budget document that is being referred to the fact sheets or something altogether different?
I presume it's the fact sheet that you're referring to.
No, it's the
or
fiscal 26 superintendent's proposed budget, which
the
is online.
multi-hundred page.
Yes.
Okay, all right, I
Yeah.
got you, thank you.
So
'Cause so we keep going back and forth between the slideshow, the fact sheet, so
Yeah,
thank you for that.
The fact sheet is just something that we provide to the board, so they have some historical perspective. It's just mostly for you all to be able to know the history of the line items. But you've got all the reductions by year listed there in great detail. You're not going to see a lot in recent years because, as you recall, we got full funding for, I think, 5 years in a row. And so you're not going to see a lot in the recent years, but historically, we have reduced the budget by quite a bit every single year. But the timing to do that is not typically with the introduction of the superintendent's proposed budget. As you know, the code requires that the superintendent provide a budget based on the needs of the school system in the upcoming year. And so we take that very seriously, and the budget that we put together, it provides the needs that we think is available. But however, of course, the local governing body is the, appropriator and decides the level of funding. And once they decide that, if the funding is less than what we needed, then we have to go back and reduce the budget. And what you see in the appendix of the budget document reveals what we reduced in each year to align with the funding levels that were provided.
Ms. Burden, for the interest of, I guess, our community, would you be able to point out where this document is on the FCPS website, just easy access to it?
You can just go to the website and put in the search bar budget documents, and there's like 4 or 5 years right there, and then there's another button if you wanted to look to years previous than that. Or you can go to Board Docs. There's a link there on the superintendent's presentation on January 23rd that will take you straight to the budget document.
Okay, thank you so much. And I will include that in my newsletter for the community to consider reviewing. I also wanted to, seeing our Mr. Gautam Sethi in the audience, I wanted to also maybe check with you, or maybe you can answer this, is how could we use AI to improve some of the efficiency and productivity while assisting the staff, which can lead to budget savings in any way? Is it possible or not possible?
I think we talked about a little bit about using technology tools to get efficiencies in, and that can be universal beyond AI itself. Our goal right now is to get training for staff so they can understand how to use the tools. We also have the tools available, which is part of our Google infrastructure. So there's a combination of things coming available, but changing your business process and how you use those tools on a regular basis takes a little bit of adjustment, learning how to use the tools. We also had some early conversations with finance on using data and reporting analytics tools. So lots of opportunities. I don't know if I have a hard number to predict that these tools will lead to this much efficiency, but that would certainly be something we're working towards.
Thank you so much. And I didn't mean you to have to stand like. So I think that's a really good way to think in the moving forward is how we can use tools and AI tools to improve our efficiency. And somehow it affects, that's just like my colleague was saying, that universal design of learning or inclusive classroom can lead to like 35%, 37% of savings. We have to see elsewhere where we can use those things. Last question is about middle school enrollment. I saw on the data sheets, which we got from the superintendent, that they are, and most of the regions have decreased number of middle school students. So what is the best way to, I guess, handle this in terms of allocating right resources to those schools? And maybe there's a potential of moving sixth graders now to middle school as their enrollment is also down on the downfall. That's for, I think, Dr. Reed, for you to consider.
I know we are considering the movement of sixth grade for program purposes primarily and culture purposes, right? Because when you have just seventh and eighth grade, half of your student body turns over every year. So I know Ms. Szymanski, we've been actively looking at that, and that's one of the first scenarios we've asked to be provided in our boundary work.
Okay, would that help with some of our budget savings too, Dr. Reed?
I don't know that, we haven't done an analysis of that, so I'm not entirely sure if it would help us with the budget to do that. I think our hope would be it would be budget neutral minimally, but I don't know that we can take a look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lady and then Ms. Miram.
Thank you. Slide 29, I just had a question about based on some of my other colleagues' comments about the special ed percentage going up. When we identified twice exceptional kids, are they in that data for SPED? So that's also probably a reason is we're identifying more 2E kids. Then I have another question in the proposed budget pages on page 6. I'm just curious, I was surprised, I guess I missed it, that the co-pays for Cigna were going to go up. And I'm going to assume that's to absorb the fact that we're doing maternity and paternity leave this year. And my question is, are those projected to go up again next year, the co-pays?
Well, of course, that was, subject to agreement by the union, just so you know that. But we did have to increase the co-pays and deductibles of our healthcare plan. We had not increased co-pays in a number of years, but the original rate that was conveyed to us by Cigna for healthcare was 20.5%. As you know, we're self-insured, which basically just means premiums pay for claims. Our claim experience is up, and the calculation that Cigna did for us in the October timeframe, which is typical, was that we needed to have a 20.5% increase in health care. And we brought that down to 15.5% by increasing co-pays and deductibles.
Thank you. So I just have a question. When it comes to the budget questions, I was just curious, because this seemed like I don't know, it didn't compute in my own brain. There was page 4 of the budget questions. There was a question asked by Ms. Anderson related to the cost of STEAM classrooms in every single elementary school. And if my notes are correct, I believe that it was estimated at $29.4 million. Then put that up against another one of her questions, which was related to the cost of FLES. And in order to get FLES in every school, or no, the current cost of FLES in the 55 elementary schools is only $4.3 million. So right now, I think there are 49 schools that have some form of STEAM or CS already established. So to get that in 150 more schools, why does it cost $29.4 million? It just seems like a weird number compared to what FLES is costing us, because it's mostly staff.
I would have to research that. I don't have the budget questions research with me, so we'd have to research that and get back with you.
Okay, because I asked that question because I think it's becoming more and more essential that we have STEAM in our elementary schools, just because of, as Dr. Reed has emphasized many times, that math, not having high-level math prohibits 85%, I guess, of career paths. So we need to have that STEAM experience. Plus, it's also demonstrating to kids how you utilize the things that you're learning.
Ms. Lady, Matthew
Thank you.
knows the answer to your question that I didn't know.
Yeah, so specifically with respect to FLES, there's actually interplay between how we staff a school for the FLES program and how we provide their triple T staffing, so the art, music, and PE at the elementary level. And so the reason that you're going to see a lower cost for expanding that is because as part of expanding FLES, we would actually reduce the amount of art, music, and PE teachers that an elementary school has. Whereas when you start to look at the other question, there's not an offsetting reduction that we can make in order to provide that like specials time.
Why? Why would we reduce the number of art and PE teachers in music? It's because we had FLES. Why?
So the way that the current existing staffing formulas work is that an elementary school that has a FLES program receives fewer art, music, and PE teachers because the students only have so much time in the day to be in those various classrooms, right? So the specials that you're providing, if you have a FLES teacher to provide that half hour, that's a half hour less that those students can be somewhere else in the building.
Art, music, and PE.
All right, I'm dumbfounded because the arts are essential to the development of our youth as well. And maybe that's why certain middle schools can't maintain or sustain certain music programs, because you're not teaching it in elementary. And then it impacts that high school's enrollment. But
I do want to specify, though, that there's still time in the day for students to have art, music, and PE. It's just that it's a less amount of time if they are electing to be part of a FLES program as well.
then why wouldn't STEAM be absorbed in the same way?
So we don't have an existing staffing formula for STEAM, so we wouldn't just naturally assume that we would level that back out for the schools as part of the staffing formulas. So it's more about the fact that we have a tiered system between art, music, PE, and FLES right now that we don't even have a model for the STEAM portion. So we wouldn't naturally assume that we would automatically reduce it. It could be part of the conversation if we were to try to develop that, but it's not a natural assumption that we would make because we don't have an existing model in place.
All right, well.
And I don't know if Noel or Dr. Presidio wants to add anything on that. They're looking at me like hopefully I'm not saying anything
No, I
completely
think Matthew captured it. One other thing to remember is, the specials time is when our classroom teachers have their planning time, right? So during that specials time, we know that all schools have time for art, music, and PE based on our standards. Some schools also have less. Some schools have determined to also do STEAM, but we have never, as a division, had a STEAM program that has been formalized or staffed in any way. The rest, or the remaining time for teacher planning is covered, as you mentioned, by counselors, by SPITs, by all sorts of people. So if we were to have the funding to add STEAM into this formula, right, then perhaps it would loosen up those people being on the master schedule. But with no real additional dollars to do that at this time, that's probably not happening, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. I find it fascinating that we have 49 schools that have managed to do something. So it can be done, and I'd like it to be a budget priority in the future, just because I think if we're being remiss if we don't have STEAM in our classrooms at elementary level. And the other comment is another budget question that Mr. Dunn asked, which was related to the cost of AAP at middle schools. I loved the answer that if we had an AAP center in all our middle schools, we would save money because of the transportation costs. So let's make it so. Let's do it.
Thank you. And because of the back and forth conversation on the what we just had on this funding for less art, the superintendent's going to flesh this out a little bit more in a Friday letter response. So thank you. Ms. Mirren, followed by Ms. Anderson.
Yeah, I think, world language is something we had talked about at some point, and we had data about what it would take and how it's not really, offered in many of our schools. And I feel like that's a whole nother conversation, and unfortunately, it's not included in this budget. But I also want to respond to some of the comments about, hey, Miss Lady, these very place-based things, like we need a center, we need a classroom. I would say we should tread very lightly about demanding space for things. Because first of all, we know that we're short on space, but second of all, there's so much flexibility. We have 36 outdoor classrooms, and guess what? You can do STEM outside. You could do world language outside. You could do anything you want outside. You can also do anything you want in other locations. So I'm not supporting, creating spaces for programs. The whole, one of the big impetuses of the boundary work is to figure out how to more equitably have space. I had someone ask me at a PTA meeting the other night, what does equitable access to programming mean? I said, well, that wonderful Edison High School Career Tech program? I don't have a single constituent for Hunter Mill that trucks down 495 to go to that location in Springfield. That's a problem. That's equitable access. So I'd like to focus on the programs that we want to put forth. And I do just want to point out the medical changes are not due to us providing maternity and paternity leave. They're due to pharma. They're due to increases in pharmacy benefits and or benefit costs. So that is in those fact sheets that I sent. Again, I'm trying to help figure out how do we have the same sheet of music here and talk about the same things that are a challenge on any of these topics that we want to look at. I mean, I look at the information the superintendent has provided today, and I see we've doubled our legal costs. Now, that's not a surprise given the litigiousness of this particular governor administration and other things. However, we need to analyze that. We must. And I wonder if the board would entertain a motion at the budget vote to have a follow-on directing the audit committee to figure out what the board's process is going to be to do this regularly, because it has not been done regularly and it's time we figure it out. These are the things that I think, what can only the 12 of us do? Okay, the superintendent can do lots of programmatic things. I think there's also things we could do in our own communities. There's spelling bees going on. If you're interested in advanced academics or literacy, tout those, go to them. If you want to, support robotics, there's things that we can do individually, but there's only a few number of things that we can do all together. Reviewing our legal costs, asking for accountability on programs. I'll say, are we sure that everything in this proposed budget is actually being clearly measured? For instance, middle school after-school program buses. I totally support middle school after-school programs. However, in one of the last goal reports from last year, and I didn't get to pull it up, there was really no description of what services were being provided to how many students. Is it the same 50 kids? Well, I mean, that's great, but let's do the cost per dollars. The same about how many courses. Just with dual enrollment, it's mentioned in here, well, what's the goal for dual enrollment? Because again, we're certainly not advertising it equitably. It's a lot of connections here that, again, only the 12 of us can do something about. So I hope we can focus on that higher level stuff. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, followed by Mr. Moon.
I want to tread carefully about something, and I'm probably not going to say this the best way, but I've done a lot of research over the last 2 years. I don't have kiddos within the special education world, but I have heard a lot from constituents that have moved here specifically for our services. And so I want us to be very careful as we continue to provide special education for much of the area, including from the federal workforce that comes through with the military, that we are an area where folks coming into Fort Belvoir, we are identified as an EFMP location that can provide services at the highest level. So I want us to be careful that as we're looking at these things, that we're also tracking the number of kids that are moving in so that we just don't blame it on over-diagnosing kids or over-identifying kids. I want to be careful that we're not blaming special education families as we work towards figuring out how to increase the services that we already provide. As we know from lots of conversations that we've had as a board, we have work to do within special education to ensure inclusion, ensure all the things that we're working towards. And I particularly don't care whether or not it's a child that we identify here that needs services or whether or not it's someone that moves in. As we had conversations previously, they are our constituents now, and I want us to make sure that we're doing the right thing as we move forward. But I do want to paint the accurate picture of what our division is providing as a benefit for many people around Northern Virginia that move here specifically for our special education opportunities for kids, because we know that more time in these inclusive environments give kids better opportunities as they progress in life. So I just want us to be sure that we're careful how we're talking about some of this so that we don't provide any blame, because it can be really easy that as we're looking here, we can look at just an increase in special education students as the fault of the reason that we're in the budget situation we are in, and that's not true. And so I just want us to be careful about how we're saying that.
Thank you. Mr. Moon, and then Ms. St. John County.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. The salary comparison, that chart really caught my attention, especially I think someone asked about Prince William County, with the midpoint for the master's lane being $106,302 versus ours $91,047. So when you say midpoint, how do you define midpoint? Is that years of experience, or is that?
No.
It's the steps, or okay,
No.
how you define it? Okay.
It's a very simple calculation that we've used for a million years, and other people do too, and it is the top of the scale plus the bottom of the scale divided by 2.
Top of the scale and bottom of the scale, and then divided
And
by
that kind of streamlines the fact that, there's 35 steps at Prince William, but only 25 for us, and, 30 at Loudon, and 26 in Arlington. That it accounts for all that if you do max and min and divide by 2.
So is that sort of like average of top and bottom?
Yeah.
That's the midpoint you are using. Because, okay, I don't know whether I would have defined it that way, but that's how you define. Thank you for sharing that. Because I was trying to find these numbers on scale, and there isn't. Yeah, Prince William County doesn't have 106,000 anywhere in the middle, and ours isn't 91,000 either. So unless this is explained somewhere, people will go to internet and Google it, and then if they Google it, they won't find these numbers. So, for example, if you go to Prince William County, which has 30 steps, step number 16, which is more than half a point on the steps, is 98,680. And we put 106,000. So people say, wow, you are misstating or misrepresenting to us. So that has to be clearly stated somewhere. Same thing with our own pay scale. If you use whether it's years of experience or it's number of staffs in the right in the middle, it's higher than 91,000. So that has to be explained somewhere.
Yeah, this is really, the midpoint is really just a Fairfax thing that previous boards have been interested in. It's not something, though, that's included in the Wavy Guide. In the Wavy Guide, we include the average salary, which is a completely different calculation. It's total teacher payroll divided by number of teachers. Then there is a specific step and grade that is identified in the Wavy Guide as the middle. But none of those account for the fact that they're different scales with different numbers of steps, which is why long ago, this is how Fairfax does it. And so it's really just for this group. I mean, I don't even think we refer to midpoint in the budget document anywhere. So it's really just a kind of a Fairfax thing.
Again, my point is to explain
Yes.
somewhere so that people can go and then come back to us and you're not stating the facts. And secondly, since you mentioned the Wavy Guide does not give us information on a central administrative cost anywhere anymore. It used to long ago, but they're not reporting that. So my question to you is, when you talked about we are spending, I'm very proud we are most efficient in terms of central administration. Where did you get those data from?
Those also came from the Wavy Guide. There's a position list that everyone adheres to as far as how we count positions in every division that participates in Wavy, because that's very important that we're all using the same methodology. And so that data also came from the Wavy Guide because there's a management line item identified, and then of course total number of staff, and that's what was the basis for the chart that shows the 1.1.
Could I have just 10 seconds? Yeah, I went to the Wavy Guide. The Wavy Guide doesn't say that. Wavy Guide doesn't provide those information anymore. It only provides school-based, non-school-based staff.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we calculated the percentages using the data on those pages of the Wavy Guide that have school-based and non-school-based staff, but you're correct that you're not going to see that 1.1% figure there, but that is the data that's underpinning that action. So page 34.
We'll have
of
this
the Wavy Guide.
conversation offline because I cannot get that number anywhere. And also, our number 1.1% in one time was even lower than that.
Yep. So we'll show the homework. It's there. Anyway, Ms. St. John Cunning, followed by Mr. McElveen.
So I don't know who to direct this question to, because I do want to follow up on this STEAM, and I understand Dr. Reed is going to flesh this out for us. But for those schools that have a STEAM program right now in the elementary level, they're on the rotation. How do they work out that? How do they work that out with the ratios in terms of the music, art, and PE teachers? Do you know how that's done?
So what I would say is my impression is it's not done any way that's consistent. Different schools figure it out. Are you saying for time for kids, or are you talking about staffing? I'm just
Well,
trying to
with
understand.
staffing, because the numbers that were given to us were not, they used a different model for flex versus having a STEAM program because there was no concrete way that we're doing STEAM. So then I
Right.
went for those programs that are doing STEAM, and I guess what I'm curious is if we were to use the same formula that we use for flex to say if we had it in STEAM, if we could get those numbers. I know you didn't want to assume that, but if we could use, like if we were able to do that, because it's an extra class. I've worked in schools that have STEAM programs, and they are in the rotation. And and they love that it's in the rotation because it gives the teachers that extra time for planning.
So my understanding is that schools sometimes can carve out some of their triple T staffing to pay for part of it. Some of them trade funds to fund the staff member, and some of them might use Title I. Grant funds to pay for a STEAM teacher, so that's where they get the actual people from, and then they use that in their scheduling. And yes, the students, as part of their specials time, which is basically 60 minutes a day, are slotted into that. So I think what I'm hearing you saying is, could we use the same methodology for FLES and apply it to STEAM? Is that-
Correct, yes.
We can definitely, we will work with Matthew to relook at that. Okay. I don't know, Matthew, if you have anything to add.
No, I would just say that in that FLES model that's intertwined with Triple T, we do still, hear from schools that it's not, the totality of it's not sufficient to meet the needs that they want to meet, right? So I don't think it's a silver bullet is, I guess, all I'll say.
Right, but we're trying to figure out what adding that class, which would be very valuable to each elementary school, would cost. But you use different methodologies, and there's two different things, what the cost is versus the ratios. I mean, I guess ideally it would be perfect if we could have flex and, STEAM in all our schools. I mean, that would be the perfect scenario, and then the kids could have the advantage of all of that wonderful enrichment, and the teachers could have their time. But I don't feel that we're comparing apples to apples, and I think that's what's difficult for me to wrap my head around.
Yeah, the only other thing I would add is, the Triple T time in some schools are divided up between 3 specials, right? The art, music, and PE. And some it's divided among 4 specials. And these are 4 very different certifications needed. To think about the Triple T time that currently exists and try and make it into 5 certification, 5 different people, and it would be challenging with the existing staffing.
Yeah, I just want the same formula to be used for adding the STEAM versus adding flex.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. McElveen.
Well, Ms. St. John Cunning, what a wonderful suggestion. So, I just think about looking back on the past year, the number of times we've had conversations with Dr. Reed where we've talked about the importance of equity and making sure that we have STEAM and FLES in every school. I think it's clearly time that we reform TTT. To Ms. Lady's point, I think, all of the above should be considered core, not just extra, music, art, PE, language, STEAM. I don't think that's up for much debate. But my main question is, have we ever considered blowing up or contemplated reforming TTT in any way? And what would that look like?
So
Reed can answer.
there was a period in time where we were moving towards the idea that as we expanded FLES, we would get every school to that same staffing formula. That's the 4 specials. And that, I want to say it was around 2013, 2011.
Yeah.
Moon
and I were there.
Yeah, we've fallen off from that since then. I couldn't hazard a guess as to the reasons why. I'm sure there's many. There was a point in time where it was discussed essentially along something along those lines.
The budget question does that just, and this goes back to the previous conversation, does that just make it prohibitively more expensive if we were to handle it separately? As opposed to part of TTT, which then, constricts the other programs.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you would have a greater cost if you weren't looking at it that way, but I'm sure you're asking a different question than that. What I would say is in the conversations that I've had, and Noelle and I have actually spoken about this numerous times over the years, we do run into a lot of implementation challenges with thinking about the amount of time that those 4 different core teachers, or 5 if you introduce STEAM to the conversation. At some of our smaller elementary schools, you would be talking about a lot of part-time folks, and that's a challenge for the smaller schools. So you just run into a variety of things that certainly none of them are barriers to doing the work, but they do bring differing challenges to differing elementary schools.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I think, my daughter has STEAM once every 2 weeks. Ideally, we would be having it once every week. So I can't imagine that there would be an issue of having, part-time STEAM teacher in an elementary school. But I appreciate the response, and I hope we do consider this further. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And we'll do a third round because you guys have gone your second. But Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of points I want to make is, I made this earlier with our Goal 3 presentation, but I'm hearing bits and pieces of talking points and painting the picture that we talked about, right? The fiscal responsibility we're already demonstrating on slide 7 and on, I think, slide 14, where we're showing our central office staff is 1.1% and significantly lower. Our class sizes, and to my colleague's point about, what is going into that class size number? Is it actual kids in a 5th grade class and a teacher, or is it kids in 5th grade class and teacher plus reading specialist plus this plus that, right? I think it'd be good to tease those two things out to get a real picture of how many children do we have in a classroom per adult in the classroom with them full-time. I think that would be important to know, right? The 92.5%, the challenges to our federal government, like we need to get school boards across the country or talk to NSBA, because it's not just a Virginia issue. Right, the amount of money we're going to lose on our food and nutrition services is a national issue, and there are students all over the country that count on the food and maybe the only meal. And what are we doing to talk to NSBA and other national school board associations, the superintendent associations? So first, I think we need to put together locally our sort of funding story and our fiscal responsibility story and our goal story and the things that we are doing that are both fiscally responsible and best educational practices, and put that together and partner with some national on some of the challenges from the federal. I do want to put something out there just to clarify. When you have twice exceptional students, they don't add to special education students. We're just starting to recognize now that twice exceptional students are both students who would have already qualified for special education students due to an area of disability, and also have an exceptionality. So it's not like extra identification of twice exceptional students adds to the number of students with disabilities. It's just that we're recognizing that there's also an exceptionality that we need to foster as well. I did want to ask, the 5% increase in students with disabilities, is that students with IEPs or 504s or both?
Just IEPs.
Just IEPs. So do we know if there's an increase in students with 504s as well?
It's not something that we track or use to inform the budget, so I can't answer. I don't know the
I
answer.
think that'd be good to find out if we are also seeing an increase in, and again, I don't want to further, I think it's just good to know from a budget narrative, like these are the additional needs that we have that we talk about. But I agree with what my colleague said and appreciate it, that, we need to educate every student that walks in the door. But when we look at, the additional funding that we would get per pupil if we're funded with Arlington, Falls Church, Loudoun, and Alexandria, it's, $150 million. If JLARC was fully funded, it's $3,100 per student, right? We are, I think, being pretty efficient with what we have. But we've also done a lot to reduce what we've had in the area of increasing student needs. And I'd like to see that somehow sort of consolidated with the ways we're being innovative with what we have, with both the Baldrige study to be more fiscally responsible, with the algebra by 8th grade, the inclusive preschool. I think we should put that together and say, look at the amazing things we're doing. What other organization can be as innovative and as streamlined and funded in the way we are? So thank you.
Thank you. And that ends round 1 of Go Back. So we have time. We'll go to a final Go Back, and I had first Dr. Anderson.
Yes, very quickly. You talked about average salaries. Where can we find that in these documents? Please pause my time.
That's just a data point that's in the Wavy Guide on the salary page. It shows bachelor's step 1, master's then average, then max, and there's just 3 or 4 data points on that page in the Wavy Guide, and it's included there.
Thank you. And in the vein of telling our story, I'm going to go back to this. I think we have to tell our story and the unique opportunities that exist with that additional 8% with ERFC. So on page 32, that slide, we can do what we do with CIP, with and without. So there's got to be a place where we're saying there's an additional 8% that is available across all of the scales. And I don't think it's the 65,000 that's on page 4. It's 8% to wherever you are. Correct?
It's 6.8, not.
Oh, 6.8.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know why I kept. Thank you for that. Whatever the number is, it's a draw, and we have to make sure it's present always. It doesn't hurt us to have it in these budget documents. It doesn't. We don't have to only limit it to recruiting.
I'm sorry, Dr. Anderson. It's 6.61% is the ERFC rate.
Okay.
6.61.
Thank you. Whatever it is, it's an additional thing that is good. On page 39, you also talked about a $1,000 bonus that is part of the budget conversations. Can you confirm that that will not require a local match? Or would it require a local match?
It does not require a local match.
But you
the
side.
Yeah. The amount of funding that they provide is for SOQ positions only. So it costs us $35 million if we give $1,000, if we do it like we did it back in '23, which was $1,000 to every FTE employee and hourly contracted, which is bus drivers, food services, and family liaisons. They're the hourly contracted. And then we did like $250 if you worked less than 10 hours as an hourly employee, and $500 if you worked more than 10 hours. And the cost of that's about $35 million. So there is a cost to us. There's not a local match. And, you know, a decision could be made to not allocate to every single employee this bonus, but you can't really do it based on the SOQ. For example, let's say that the SOQ, and I'm making this up just to illustrate, says that we're supposed to have one reading specialist at every school. And we have, you know, so that means we need 200, but we have 220. Well, it's not like you're not going to give those 20 the $1,000. I mean, you can't use the SOQ to decide who is going to get the bonus. You could eliminate some groups theoretically, but you can't do it like the General Assembly has provided.
So then what would be the cost to us? Has that been costed out, or is that a budget question that I need to put forward?
It's about $15 million to do it just like we did in '23, which is everybody gets 1,000.
No, to supplement what is being provided. So if they are providing it for the one reading specialist per school, and we have 5 reading specialists per school, the cost for us to incorporate the other 4.
The state is providing $20 million for the SOQ. It costs us about 35 to do it in the same way we did in '23, so our cost would be $15 million.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to that in another point. Another, one of my questions is the preschool classes that you talked about, I think there were 15. What will be the composition of those classes, Dr. Reed? Are those just to capture students with special needs, or is there an inclusive factor to those classes?
So actually, we have several models, and I don't know if you want to hear a description of each of those models this afternoon.
I just want to know what those 15 will be.
Okay. Dr. Presidio, would you please elaborate on that?
Absolutely. So right now, we have 55 inclusion preschool classrooms. As Dr. Reed mentioned, there's 3 different models, which we can talk about. But the data here is representing the number of incoming preschool students with disabilities that have been identified for service. Once we start placing those students in schools, if we place them in a school, that new classroom to house students, if you will, if that's placed in a school that already has general education preschool, then we can do an inclusion classroom. If that's placed at a school that does not have a general education preschool in it for facility reasons, like that's the only place we could put the classroom, then it will be one of those self-contained special education preschool classrooms. We're partnering with Janice really hard to try to make sure that we're citing these classrooms in schools that have general education preschool so that we can increase the number of inclusion classrooms at preschool. But it's really facilities driven in terms of ultimately where they're going to be cited.
So those 15 classes that are on the chart represent 120 kids because of the cap of 8, or is it another number?
Roughly, I think that's correct. I'd look to Matthew, who's costed it out.
Can we put that slide up? I'm not sure which slide it was, but.
I don't remember either.
Yeah, so we actually have,
Yep, the one before. Yes.
we have 2 separate preschool things that are happening in the budget. We have the growth that is special education only focused, which is what's documented here. And those are preschool class-based and preschool autism classes that are shown here, these 15.
I'm really referring
Separate-
to the 15 new.
Yep, the 15 new. So those are preschool class-based and preschool autism classes across the division based on growth in that number of students. Separately from that, there is a investment in the budget to expand inclusive preschool, and those are 11 classrooms. And those are the classrooms that you would see either, we refer to as either early childhood inclusion program or itinerant inclusion. And so there's 11 of those that are actually beyond this 15, that are not part of this cost. So if you look in the multi-year initiatives part of the presentation that was given last Thursday night, or you look in the slides that are today's presentation, I believe it's like around slide 12 or 13, maybe 14. Yeah, so within that multi-year initiatives, that's actually the expansion of inclusive preschool.
No, I appreciate that, but my question was, the 15 classes, how many kids will we assume?
Yeah, so the two different kinds of classes that are encompassed in that 15 are generally classes that would be 8 students apiece or 5 students apiece. And so it's going to be some number between.
Some grouping of that.
Yeah, sorry, 75 and 120.
120. No, that's perfect. Thank you. And the last thing that I do want to share is, we've been talking about the AAP centers since I've been on the board, and the savings have been astronomical. If this is a focus in the boundary work, then let's make it a focus in the boundary work and save that money and spend it elsewhere. I could not be in greater support of that happening, particularly in places where there is no AAP center in that pyramid at all. And those families have to leave their entire pyramid in order to get education, which we say that they're requiring. So I want to put that on the table. And just like a final thing, since I have 11 seconds, are we saying for the schools that have FLES, because it's part of the master scheduling, that those students have a reduction in music and PE time? Because I was a little confused as well.
So what I would say is that we provide a fewer number of art, music, and PE teachers to a school that has a FLES program than we would to that same exact school with that same exact number of kids that doesn't have a FLES program. I think that naturally means that they will have less time, but I just want to reiterate that we are still meeting the requirements of the regulation to provide a certain amount of art, music, and PE, as documented in the school board regulation. But yes, there would be a reduced amount of time.
So maybe instead of 3 PEs per week, you have 2, if 2 is what we have to meet.
Yeah, I believe the regulations specify a number of minutes per
Right.
every 2 weeks. And so what I would say is every school is meeting that minimum number of minutes per the regulation. It's just that a school that has a FLES program is then those students are getting FLES, whereas a school that doesn't may have those students in art, music, and PE more than that minimum in that regulation. Or they may have them doing STEAM or, whatever else.
Great, thank you. Ms. Mirren, followed by Ms. Dixit. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Frisch, who has not had to go back yet, and then we'll go back to Ms. Mirren.
Thank you. So when I was looking at this slide, one of the things that I kept thinking to myself is, I've been to a few of our inclusive preschool classrooms, and they've mostly struggled to make them inclusive. And so, consistent with wanting to continue these investments, I'd like to hear from staff about the work that's being done with the consultant to address the inclusion model that will make this investment more worthwhile to the students it's intended to help.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. I would just say, when I mentioned the 55 inclusion classrooms, we have gone from 1 inclusion classroom 3 years ago to 55, right? We've done that just within our existing staff, working with our schools and providing, central office directed professional development to do that. Our inclusion consultants just came on board contractually about 8 weeks ago. They were out here working with all of our principals last week. And we're going to be working with a cohort of schools, probably about 12 schools. And I'm going to get back to the preschool thing here in just a second. K-12 schools, we're targeting schools, elementary and secondary schools, middle or high in each region as part of an early adopter phase to really work with the consultants. They're going to provide professional development to all the schools. We're going to provide coaching and support services to the schools to look at a number of different programmatic changes. The first is supporting students with more access to the general education curriculum. So that's more professional development and training for the general education teachers about how to meet their needs. We're going to be working systematically on our IEP processes and procedures to make sure that all students and families understand the opportunities for inclusion that are available to them, and hopefully be able to support more students moving into an inclusion setting. And we're going to continue to support schools through this process really over a 3-year period of time. So we're starting with a smaller cohort of schools. Next year, we're going to do the remainder of the half of our schools. Then the following year, we're going to do the remainder of the other half of our schools. At the preschool level, our consultants will be supporting the development of some additional professional development and that will support the inclusion efforts. But largely, we're really pretty much in year one, if you've gone and visited a classroom, where the staff has basically received a minimal amount of training and support to do this work. We're really early in the work. But the consultants are going to be with us for a 3-year period of time to try to help us in that transition, both pre-K through grade 12.
And I assume as part of the goal reporting and EL reporting, we'll receive updates on the progress of the work with the consultant?
Yes, sir.
All right. My last question for my go back relates to the increased cost of different types of students. Certain things we don't track when we're looking at charts like that, right? It costs us more to educate students who require advanced academics to have a fulfilling educational experience in our system, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And so if we were doing our job in helping these students excel at their best, to be their best selves, we might have a chart in the future that showed, because of our success in bringing more students into advanced academics, our educational system is more expensive even though our overall growth has been relatively flat.
Yes, sir, that's true.
And so earlier today, during our Goal 3 report, we talked about our success in getting more students into algebra or higher in middle school. The logical conclusion is that that will lead to more students taking advanced math in high school, which will probably cost us more money.
Yes, sir.
All of this is to say that every time we do something to help enrich the experience of a student in our system so they get the most out of our system, we are doing equity work. And so when we think about multilingual learners and special education learners and economically disadvantaged students, those are the 3 populations that we talk about all the time. But when a teacher differentiates inside the classroom, they're doing equity work.
Yes, sir, that's true.
And it costs us more money to differentiate. From the materials we provide the instructors to the time the instructors spend with their students. And so I just want to be mindful when we look at that chart with the same 3 populations, to Ms. Anderson's point, some in the community will point at that and say, well, we know who to blame. No. To give every student an equal shake at life and to give them the best opportunity we can as a school system, whether they are on that group or in multiples of those groups. They can be multilingual and advanced. They can be 2E and special education. They can intersect on all kinds of fronts. I just want us to be mindful that the differences that make our school system great are the things that drive the cost of our school system.
Thank you. And now Ms. Mirren, followed by Ms. Dixon.
No problem. Yeah, I just want to underscore too, I mean, we don't want to think about our kids doing, now it's time for STEM and now it's time for advanced academics. I mean, we've talked about this before, that things need to be integrated. And this even goes back to the previous board when we did the program audit and we were trying to say, okay, we have a global classroom project, we have Get to Green, we have STEM specials. I mean, STEM really could be integrated through any subject area if it's done in that way. And so, it's been an inequity that some schools have a STEAM lab and a STEAM special. I mean, part of this goes back to even having outdoor learning spaces. I mean, Centerville Elementary had a outdoor learning special at a time when schools didn't uniformly even have, we weren't even talking about space for outdoor learning. So I just hope my colleagues that you'll not think about we got to bifurcate all this different learning when really the goal is to integrate it because that's what we do in real life. We don't be like, okay, now it's time to do math, and then I'm going to set that aside. Now I'm going to do reading and science. I guess my question, continues to be, and the dialogue I'm seeking is with my colleagues, which is where can we start looking for more money? Because we shouldn't expect that more is coming our way unless we make it. So some thoughts. Capital facilities. We could look for outright funding through the processes we have and the new ideas to expand funding. And we have some of that in the wings following it from the CIP motions. Co-sharing responsibilities. I mean, how can we work with the county board and the board of supervisors on shared things like energy goals and community use and preschool? Again, these bifurcated, siloed ways, how can we maximize each Fairfax County dollar and not look at it as the school dollar and the county government dollar? It's a dollar that serves our residents. So how do we look at the best way to provide the services? And of course, get the money with the state. I mean, we have a whole new session that's going to start up before we know it in the fall. I don't have much appetite to find distinct programs and things to tinker with. I think this is as good as it's going to get. I'd love to have world language. I'd love to talk about a whole bunch of things. But until we get more money, none of that is going to happen. So it's not a mystery what helps students succeed. Great staff. We got to pay them. So I hope we can do that work together.
Thank you. Very well said. Ms. Dixit, followed by Ms. St. John Cunning.
Thank you. So we are having very interesting conversations. Some of this is really what we're doing. Why we are here is to see how we can do the best for our students and provide the, have the fiscal responsibility as a board. And I think this is what we're trying to do is where we can save, but at the same time not at the cost of any program, which is good for us. But I'm gonna ask a basic questions about cameras. I know there is a line item under the budget for adding some cameras. Is it for any cameras inside the school, especially in elementary schools?
So as Mr. Lambert's getting the microphone, I think we're still establishing the queue, if you will, since we're a queue-rich environment, but we're still looking at the queue for which security accoutrements we're going to be funding, and also looking at the viability of some of these tools, as we've read recently in news and reports. So, Mr. Lambert?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Reed. To answer your question, yes, we would look for the outside cameras at the schools first and then begin to work inside. We're generally covered on that at the high school and middle school levels. There's always, some room for improvements here or there, but the goal would be to bring all of the elementary schools up to scale, starting with the outside. There's also going to be a little bit of a time limitation, as the vendors who install this can only go at a certain speed, so we'll definitely have to work with that as well.
Thank you. And where are we with our weapon detection system, Evolve and things like that? I know we were doing a pilot on that.
Sure. Unfortunately, we ran into some roadblocks with some legal language with one of the vendors that we were looking at. So we've paused on some of those discussions and re-engaged with a different vendor, and hope to have some more information to you shortly. We have some real promise and think that we can make a purchase in short order.
Okay, thank you. Again, coming back to STEM and STEAM and AAP, interesting topics there too. I think a lot of students or families live in FCPS because of also AAP classes or AAP centers. This is something no other county around provides. It's a RUSP, so to speak. I wanted to ask, what is the cost of having a AAP class in each school, elementary school, local level, elementary, I should say, instead of doing the centers? Is it something we can come up with the rough numbers? Anybody?
Well, I'll certainly be happy to work with Matthew and Financial Services on that, but largely it's just the transportation cost, because you're still educating the same number of students who require the same teachers at the same staffing ratios that we're using. So it's really largely just going to be transportation costs. In terms of local level 4 versus AAP centers. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, we do provide transportation. So my last question is, of course.
I think staff wanted to give you some more information
sorry.
on that. Yeah.
What I would say is that the local level 4 centers, the way that they staff those local level 4 classes is through their general education staffing formula. So it's exactly correct that there's really no staff cost related to those. what I would add to that, and maybe this is just something to chew on or think about a little bit, is that we do have a number of AAP centers, which there is kind of a separate staffing formula in our AAP centers. And as we've expanded local level 4 and gotten some of those AAP centers have dwindled in size a little bit, there is an economies of scale that you lose when you start to get fewer and fewer students in your AAP centers. And so that's just something to kind of chew on or think about as we kind of have this cadre of various things across the division.
Yeah, I think the centers do pose some challenges to some families who are, either have transportation issue or not able to. So obviously, we wanted to look at having a sort of local center at each school. But my last question, and it is to our overachievers, and I know some of us have those too, that we do really good with our different classification center, but I think of students, but I think we still have a room of improvement when it comes to our students who are achieving all of the bars that they want to get challenged more. So I can, discuss this offline, but I wanted to say we do have those students and we want to take care of them too.
Great, thank you. Ms. St. John Cunning.
So I just wanted to make a couple of comments on this slide because my daughter was in preschool special education as a model student, and I've spent a lot of time working with preschool education, special education. And in terms of the past couple of years, the amount of preschoolers that have been identified as needing these services has increased exponentially to where our preschools that are supposed to be at a max of 10 are far exceeding that. So this is why we need this. Now, there is a space issue, and as much as we want inclusion, and I believe in inclusion, if we don't have the similar preschool program there, then how are we going to have a general ed program? How are we going to do that? And I think that when we talk about all of these things, we've got to think about what's really happening in our buildings. These ideas sound wonderful, but I've been in these buildings. I've seen the preschools exploding. I've seen entire preschool teams, special ed teachers quit, not because they didn't love their job, but because it was overwhelming. And so we've got to look at all of this and say, yes, we want this, but we go back to what our facilities are and what our facilities can handle. With all of these programs, with AAP, with STEAM, if we want STEAM in every school, are we going to have the facilities for it? If we want flex in every school. So I'm saying this to calibrate the public. Again, in a perfect world, we would have all of this. In a perfect world, we'd have the money for all of these programs. We don't. These decisions are difficult to make, and it's not that we don't want them, and it's not that we're not trying. I just want to tell you that we are limited. My first priority is to get these special education, preschool special education programs enough classrooms for all the kids that need it. Because right now, there is the needs of a preschool child are so much greater, so much more taxing on those teachers. And so we need to make sure there's enough classrooms for them first. I could go on and on, but.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you. So I'm glad you mentioned that because in response, the data I read shows inclusion is cheaper. And so if we're going to continue doing things how we've already been doing them, yes, everything that you mentioned is reality. But if we look at program delivery and if we look at how we're doing things, it's cheaper. So it depends on, is it business as usual, which is why when we've talked about the inclusive preschool and we've talked about the models, I've pushed back so hard because it's business as usual. But the data and the research shows if we do it right, it's cheaper. So one thing I would ask Dr. Reed as we're opening these new 15 classrooms, right? One, I'd love to see the data on preschool teacher retention versus K-12 teacher retention, because anecdotally, I hear what you're saying. I'd like to see the data on it to see where we're at. But one of the reasons we're having difficulty in retention of special education students is because our program delivery models are out of date and don't provide the best ways to support the teachers. So yes, absolutely. If we continue how we're doing it and we're just looking at space, and it's like that problem solving versus preferred future visioning, right? But if we actually, with these new 15 classrooms, I think I see them as an opportunity. Yes, we absolutely have to provide those classrooms because these are for additional students who are being identified, right? But can we use these as an opportunity to start with a better model. If we go to the old constraints are based around the old program delivery, right? So I feel like we're looking at this new program delivery, but putting all these old constraints into saying this is not going to work because we're looking at old program, that's how you perpetuate old program delivery models, by putting the same constraints around them. So what can we do now with 15 new classrooms that are like a blank slate? It's beautiful. What can we do so we're not putting the same 30-year-old program delivery models and the 30-year-old constraints on a model that is both fiscally responsible and educational best practices? I put that to you.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. I do know next week, Dr. Presidio and I and Ms. Pilson will be walking through preschool classrooms. It's a focus for us next week with Nancy Pack and Jane Prine, who are going to be here to work with us on our preschool inclusive delivery models. And I think you put it, I think, really well. I think if we have 15 new classrooms, one of the things we're going to be contemplating is where, how, and what those could look like. And it looks like Dr. Presidio has something to add.
Well, I apologize for that, Dr. Reed. I just wanted to reiterate, as I said earlier, our goal is to site these new classrooms, just as you said, in a school location where we can have an inclusion classroom so that we can open these programs under the desired new model that we're working towards. So I agree with everything that you said. We're working very hard with facilities to be able to do that.
With all due respect, that's not what I said. What I said wasn't look at the constraints of the old model in that we have to have a general education preschool to cite it. That's the old model. I'm saying that is literally the constraint of the old model. We can't do inclusion unless the preschool already exists in that building. I know I'm past my time. I will stop, but we've got to stop thinking the old model constraints.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Lady.
Yeah, I just was thinking, as I'm also reading things that are flowing in my email, that this came to mind. Can we get some data on the percentage of 504s we have and how that has increased over time? And I bring that up because there is a cost associated. While there is nothing allocated because it's not an IEP, there is a cost and certainly a time suck associated, with that process. So, I just would like that data if we could look at it, because I do think it impacts our budget, sort of indirectly.
Specifically, Ms. Lady, which data? The 504?
504.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, we're going to wrap up a little early. As a reminder, our public hearing is tonight at 6 o'clock. And, just really brief comments from me. I think what I see when I look at these slides and hearing the conversation around the table is that we're doing everything we can to meet every student by name and need, which is not only the right thing to do. I think that the data is also going to show us it's the fiscally smart thing to do. We're focusing every spare penny we have into the classroom, and the data shows that. And we're doing everything we can to maintain the baseline of services that our county residents have come to expect. So those three themes, I think, are going to be, on my mind at least, for the remainder of this budget season. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. I will see you in about 2.5 hours.
Right, just.
For folks to
I'm not
kind
running
of
the, I'm not
switch
running
their
the next
brains.
one, so.
Yes, Dr. Anderson.
Okay, let's target quarter till. How about that? That's
Yes.
7 minutes.
Just everybody just get their brains recalibrated back to goal 3.
Exactly, it's like.
You need a transition period. I know there were a lot of questions that we did not get to ask regarding coursework or the math. So I'm waiting to see some placards of board members who did not get the opportunity to ask or ran through their questions. I know it's going to take a little bit of time to shift into this new conversation, and I'm happy to begin if nobody is ready. Okay. We're going to go to 3 minutes, and then we're going to call it. One of the questions that I had, it's kind of very low-level question. I noticed there were changes between not just the adjusted baseline and the new baseline, but there were adjustments to the targets. Because we had an extended conversation last year regarding ORC's recommendation that there be 5 percentage points. Now they seem to be all over the place, and some of them are few, and I'm not worried about the ones that are more than 5, because I think I could rationalize why, because we need to catch up a little bit more quickly. But the ones that are fewer than 5 percentage points, that had been 5 percentage points at last year's, can you give some explanation as to why you've made that change?
Sure, Dr. Anderson. Well, as you said, some of those are much more than 5 percentage points, where we had initially come to the board with some thoughts about a 5 percentage point gain, and when we actually took the student data and looked by student groups and overall, in some cases, we saw that the growth needed to be much more significant year over year. I think in this report, you'll see in some cases, we've got students who need to make gains much farther beyond a 10 percentage point gain. And so what this is intended to reflect is this is what the rate of change needs to be each year for us to stay on track for our 2030 goals. And if we exceed those targets, it means we may get to those goals faster. And if we're below those targets, it means we've got to put additional efforts in for those student groups or overall data where we're not seeing that we're staying on track of that line.
I think I'm more concerned with the ones with the target goal of less than 5%.
Sure. What I would say is we're still making change. As we get closer to those 90 or 100%, those small changes are going to be harder and harder to make for us as a system.
And I will pull the examples for you, because that's not the position of the ones that I'm questioning either, because I do realize that you had to maintain. But we had some, for example, that were in the low 80s, and the 5% was going to bring them to the higher 80s, and then those were changed to be a 2% percentage point target, and I just wanted to understand. But I'll give you the specifics in just a little bit.
Sure.
I would love to get a better sense on, particularly coming out of budget, it's already been here. I want to get a better sense of the impact of the Young Scholars Program. I understand from earlier, Dr. Presidio said we have more students in AEP, but quantify that for me, please.
So I don't have the raw numbers of students in front of me, but the percentages that I talked about at the elementary level, we now have over 90% of our young scholars who are in advanced academic classes. At the middle school and high school level, over 80% of our young scholars students taking advanced coursework. So we could work to get you precise numbers on that if you wanted that.
I would very much like that. And also, I want to hone in on the practices that have gotten us there, because to date, they're flagged. Is that the sole thing?
No. One of the things that we were able to do several fiscal cycles ago was to take some staffing and create a young scholars position. It's not the only thing that this person does, but somebody who's responsible for going out and working with schools from central office, going out and working with schools side by side to talk about best practices of supporting young scholars in accessing and achieving success in advanced classes. So that's one thing. We've also continued to have opportunities for extended learning, enrichment activities in schools for young scholars at the elementary level. After school, we've run a Young Scholars Summer School program over the last several years. ESSER funding helped with that a lot. I don't know that we're going to be able to continue that post-ESSER. But a number of factors like that have really helped us, as well as the full-time ARTs at the middle school level.
Dr. Anderson, I am so sorry. We need to pause momentarily. For some reason, the Zoom meeting just stopped on us.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Presidio.
People were so excited about young scholars, we just crashed the whole system.
that's
Everybody
what
was
happened.
logging on to find out what young scholars were up to.
That's a thing.
Could be.
At least you weren't telling me I'm ancient like Miss Burden was.
Well.
And I will never let her live it down. Oh, when we're talking about coming out of school, bachelor's degree, that happened 900 years ago when I was in school.
We can resume. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Presidio, go for it.
So just briefly to wrap up what I was saying, there's, a number of factors that I think are supporting young scholars' success. Additionally, what I would mention is our advanced academic resource teachers really receiving guidance and direction from our team, central office team, to do direct referrals for young scholars. So not having to rely on a parent referral or a particular cut score to get the student into the pool to be considered for access to AAP. That's been really helpful. And then just the work, I think, at the middle school level and the high school level, really having somebody to advocate for those students when they're doing course selection and make sure that they're connecting with the student, connecting with the parents, and encouraging them to enroll in advanced courses.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that I did want to highlight, because I did share some disappointment with the reading data, I thought the math algebra data was really a highlight for 3 groups in particular. Even though the start to where we are right now has been significant for our multilingual students, students with disabilities, and Hispanic students. And so I just wanted to make sure that I raised that because the growth is present, and so I wanted to share that. Can you speak a little bit to the level of data disaggregation that our schools have access to? Because when we're talking about the intersectionality, and you're talking about intervention, especially from somebody who was at a school, you're trying to identify your bubble kids. How much insight does the school site have with the kids that may be impacting any and all of these areas?
Well, that's an excellent question. I mean, when I think about what school administrators and support staff and teachers have to do today, they need a high level of data literacy to understand and interpret all the information that they have access to. So they do have the ability to disaggregate and look at student performance by subgroup, by grade levels, by classroom, by teacher. There's just a number of different functionalities that they have, and it really depends on the data set that you're talking about. But largely, any of our large data sets that are part of the strategic plan measures, they have the ability to disaggregate data by. We're trying to support our staff with giving them better tools and resources so that they can get the information without having to, create their own spreadsheets and everything else. So for example, the data dashboards that we've been doing, we talked about the math dashboard a little bit in this presentation. The IT team has helped us develop a number of dashboards. Most recently, we worked with DIT to develop an early warning system, which is pre-populating a lot of information, so taking students that might have attendance issues or behavioral referrals or performance on SOLs or performance on some of the screening measures, and being able to triangulate that data so that you can look at individual student performance on a number of different data points, and then also group students different ways. So we're trying to provide our schools with better tools because they are inundated with data, and we need to really support them in using that data to make good decisions.
Thank you. And lastly, we have a lot of things that are outside of our control in terms of what I mentioned earlier. You have classrooms where students have, they have a substitute for a long time, or they may have a first-year teacher versus the teacher that's been there 30 years. Are you seeing any significance in terms of student performance when you control for those variables?
Yeah, that is one of the things that our goal innovation team is looking at, some of the differences in terms of performance that you're raising, Dr. Anderson.
Okay, I would love very much to see that, and I'm trying to pick and choose here. I think I'll stop here and yield back the 13 seconds to the group. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you. And I just wanted to first say thank you, Dr. Presidio, for coming and talking to me afterwards about an inclusive preschool and understanding that it's not just where the Head Start programs are, but really facilities that have space for gen ed and special ed students. That's a good first step. So I just wanted to mention that. I appreciate it. I think this came up earlier in our conversation, but I know what we're looking at is those who earn a C- or higher in algebra as a success metric. And I think that's a good first start, but I would just be curious to know, for those who earn a C in algebra, what is their success rate in subsequent math classes or passing the SOL? Because the goal was successful in algebra. And to me, successful means you learn enough of the concepts to be able to be successful as you move on towards math, right? Because that actually, so I would just be curious maybe for next year to know that. I don't know if you have an answer there.
One of the things I would say is in our work with ABLE, we're trying to look at some of the middle school academic performance, specifically around math and world language, and how that feeds up to advanced coursework at the high school. So I think we'll have some future linkages, opportunities to talk about that data.
Great, that's perfect, I appreciate it. There is good news here in the math numbers. Obviously, there's still those gaps that we want to see. So the next question, and this goes, I think, to the earlier conversation about increasing STEAM consistently throughout elementary school, but what efforts are we doing to encourage not just math access, but math excitement in the elementary school area? And separately from the CT that we're trying to get CT completers, like CT exploration in middle school, I think, to kind of get that interest and excitement and knowledge at an earlier age.
On that last part, you're talking about career and technical education?
Yes,
in
thank
middle
you,
school?
career and technical, yeah.
So starting backwards, we do have a career investigations course at the middle school now, so that's one thing that we do. The other thing is our academic and career plan, which we really tightened up the expectations for that program this past school year and developed a new curriculum that is supposed to be deployed in all of our advisory learning seminar sessions, grades 7 through 12 in every one of our schools, and students complete a variety of different career exploration activities as part of that new curriculum that we're using. And then going backwards on your first set of questions, actually, maybe rephrase exactly what you want me to address there.
Since I'm just rephrasing, just on what are we doing at the elementary school and maybe middle school to encourage math excitement, right? Like tying it to things that are real for students.
Yeah, so, we are going through a new basal adoption, and we're very hopeful that, our new curriculum will have some of those opportunities to have, computer science, robotics, different types of activities, hopefully STEM-related embedded in the curriculum. I don't know if we'll find that or not, but we have in our curriculum this year that we're using currently, I should say, over the last several years, really tried to embed some of those core STEM or computer science type topics into the curriculum, starting actually as early as preschool. So there are preschool classrooms that you can go to and you can see how students are sorting blocks and doing different things to sequence, and that builds its way up in the curriculum, K through 8. So we have embedded computer science topics, computational thinking, into our current math curriculum. We've also worked really hard with our Title I schools to get Math Olympiad, and Dr. Ponce has done a lot of work on this with his team, offered consistently in all of our Title I schools as an extracurricular to build excitement. So, those are some of the things that we've worked on.
I think it would be great to even look at maybe some partnerships. There's so many tech companies in our area that want to bring enrichment to many of our schools, and especially schools that may not have the PTA infrastructure, other infrastructures, and I think this is a real opportunity to bring really fun competition type things into our schools, and even using sort of gamification of math and things that are sort of new. So I'd just love to see more of, and bringing more math type skills that are tied to like data analysis and things like that, that are more tied to things that go across industries.
Yeah.
So I think I would love to see some of that. I have a question. It says on slide 51, provide personalized and long-term academic and career counseling to all students. How is that different than what we're doing now? Like, what are you looking to do there that's different?
I better look at slide 51 and see what that says again. So,
If you could pause my time, please. Thanks.
what did we say on slide 51? I'm not actually seeing that on slide 51.
Under universal strategies, am I looking at the wrong slide deck?
No, I think I'm in the same place. We are
Yeah, right there.
we're continuing to try and have consistent application of our career and academic planning. Right now, we have a tool called Naviance, right, that we believe we could have more full use of and really drive students to making some of those longer-term goals and have more opportunities for interest inventories and things like that. And we've built a lot of those lessons into our advisory period, starting at the middle school level.
I think that's great. I think we've talked to some of my colleagues that mentioned, more counselor training, but also more support for our counselors. And so I do think that this is an area that we need to flesh out more. My experience in Naviance has been much more self-directed by students. And again, that might increase those gaps with the students who might have family members at home that help them use Naviance and others who may not have family members as present. So maybe there's some room here also with the family engagement or the family support center, family resource center, and trainings on Naviance on how to help students, but I'm pretty sure there's a pretty big gap there. But I think this is something that could be really fleshed out, even at those upper elementary school grades. I talk about for students with disabilities, but I really think for everybody. So then when they get to those high school course selection in 8th grade, they're really understanding the full picture of what they could be looking at. And I think there's some room to talk to families at an earlier age about how careers are changing and how math and technology is embedded across the spectrum of careers. I think that's an important piece as well.
No, those are great comments and suggestions. The academic and career plan actually is elementary, middle, and high. I was really focusing on what we were doing at middle and high, but we do start some of that investigation just in terms of, what are your strengths? What are your interests, right? Really, even in the primary grades. So it is a elementary through high school sequence.
Thank you. Ms. Lady?
Thank you. Academic career plans. Curious to know if we're investigating other products besides Naviance.
We are. Remember, on all these technology tools, I don't know that there's a perfect tool, and when we sign a contract, we've obligated funds, so we have a expenditure period that we need to make sure that we're completing and being fiscally responsible on the contract. But yes, we're going to be looking at additional tools.
What's the current contract go through?
We're in year 1 of a 5-year extension.
So we just paid it again?
We are in the process of working with IT to set up the RFP, and we are very close to actively looking for.
So just to clarify, when we sign the extension, that we can sign that every year for 5 years. We haven't committed to 5 years. We've committed for another year. Well, we continue to look for other options available on the marketplace.
So, because the other thing I bring, it's been my experience that when I would invite my middle schools over to talk about academic advising, I wanted all of the counselors to come. But they sometimes would only send the 8th grade because they're the ones talking to kids about 9th grade. I'm like, no, you're doing an academic career plan in 7th grade. Don't you need to know what my curriculum is in the high school? So the same critique I have had is that people need to learn our curriculum. They need to learn about all our opportunities. And I don't know where that's being taught. It's not happening organically. And so there has to be some very specific training about course taking patterns and how they map to specific outcome goals. And we have to be exposing to kids what those are. Another question I have is aptitude tests. I know that there's a fee that comes with those. I know that one of the built-in ones, and we've talked about this, is the ASVAB. I know the ASVAB the number of students taking an ASVAB will help our accreditation because it's in the new accreditation. Have we had conversations with our military folks around increasing the number of times we offer that? Is there a capacity level for them around how many kids could take that? Because taking it gives a student a lot of feedback on their skill set, not just their interests, because you have to combine the two. And I would love to see exponentially more of our students doing this, and are we engaging in those conversations yet?
Yeah, we can get you some more details on that because Jen Glazer's been leading that project, but we are going to be expanding access to some of those aptitude tests like the ASVAB, for example. We worked with IT to make sure that we could get everything through cybersecurity so that we could administer the tests on a larger scale. So we're in a pretty good place on that. We can get you some more details, though.
Thank you, and hopefully we're going to expand it. And also, what else it might be out there for an aptitude test for a high school kid? That they could self-direct, perhaps do, I don't know. I don't know if we have the capacity with our TJ students to create an aptitude test and not have to outsource everything. I mean, we have some pretty skilled people. And with AI, I don't know if that's something that we could, but anyways, I just think that there's opportunity there, but I think this is where our students fall short. I liked a lot of things I wasn't good at as a kid, right? So I had to eventually had to hone the reality of, okay, well, that's great, but you have a reading disability, so good luck being an attorney. You could argue with people once you know your stuff, but you're not going to get there because you're not going to do the reading, right? So our kids are going to have to need that feedback, and I think it's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixit.
So my question is actually on the same discussion. My colleagues are talking about career planning. Dr. Sloan, you have mentioned a few times that there is a process in middle school, high school when students go over that. Could you please tell me which school it's getting implemented?
should be being implemented at all of our middle schools and high schools. In the advisory block, some schools will refer to that as learning seminar, some have different names, but every school is required to have built into their schedule a time period where students have the ability to work with one teacher on a comprehensive curriculum that includes executive functioning, social emotional skill development, academic strategies and habits that we've taken from the AVID curriculum. Since we don't have AVID in every one of our schools, we've taken some of their strategies, often referred to, some of you know, like the Wicker strategies, note-taking strategies, study strategies, and then academic and career planning. So those are the three components of the curriculum that we wrote and developed for implementation in all of our schools, grades 7 through 12 this year. But it is the first year that schools have used that curriculum, so you know, if you have particular questions about your school, I'd say talk to your student's advisory teacher, or talk to the counselor, talk to the principal, but we're working really hard on consistent implementation around that. So for the academic and career plan, it includes steps that are grade level appropriate, that sequence all the way through their senior year for students, where they're investigating different career interests that they might have, aptitudes that they might have, thinking about the academic courses that they might want to take to be aligned with some of their career interests while in high school. And then as we get into college, they start thinking more about post-secondary planning, employment, military, obviously college, and how to prepare to be successful through the next step process of leaving high school and matriculating into next steps.
Thank you for the answer. What would the parents see basically in this process?
Well, that's a good question, because again, this gets back to Ms. Lady's question about most of these tasks are housed electronically, right? So most of the tasks that students are completing for the academic and career plan are going to be in Naviance. So parents can log into Naviance through their Parent View account and get access to everything that's in there. But I understand how I'm getting looks around the table right now. I understand that that's confusing for parents, obviously, because there's a lot that you have to know about how to log into the systems, how to find the information, how to access the information. But right now, it's housed electronically in that system.
Thank you. And I just, you know, as a parent whose kids have been in system recently, I can tell you this Naviance was not the best tool for any of those even college selections and seeing where your SAT scores is as per your. It was not the best tool I think we were using, and I thought maybe technology is not advanced, so maybe it's happening like this. But we know technology is advanced, and we see in our IT, our IT is so advanced now in FCPS. So I think we need to just find a better program than Naviance. So my other questions was based on. I'll just continue questioning about the AVID school. Could you give me an example of AVID school which is implementing this program? I believe is none of in my district.
Well, there's 15 middle schools, 15 high schools, and now 25 elementary schools, Title I elementary schools, that are implementing the program. So we have quite a few of the programs. Obviously, we have many more schools than that, but we do have quite a few AVID programs. You know, there are significant costs associated with AVID, because there's the program costs that you pay to the company that produces all the materials. There's the professional development costs. And then there's the teacher cost, and basically that is a classroom teacher that's supporting students teaching that curriculum and providing some of the tutoring supports and strategies from AVID. So it is relatively expensive, which is why we've been really targeted each budget year to try to think about, you know, where are the schools where the students have the most need for AVID. And we've tended to place we have placed the AVID programs largely in schools that have a larger percentage of free and reduced lunch students.
Okay, all right, that's good to know. There are a lot of parents who don't have access to technology. So coming back to that Naviance and how to do this logging in, if they say they don't do that, is there a possibility to do those meetings with, like how we have at elementary school? I think we missed this, and I've said this a few times, is that in middle school and high school, parents kind of don't participate in the education of their students. Like they are more on they can help with some sports or events and things like that, but really don't know much going on. In fact, My son went to IB school. I'll give you an example. I didn't know what IB school was until a friend told me about it and said, hey, we can apply to this IB school in Robinson. And we live in Centerville, so we don't have an IB school within our area. So, but none of the school my son went to was talking about IB schools. So as a parent, I did not know about it until a fellow parent told me about it. So I think a general mass, I should say, of people who are working or busy, who don't have so much time to go through FCPS website, I think we need to bring parents in the conversation and bring them early. And what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's incredibly important. I mean, the research is really clear about the role of family engagement in supporting student success. I think it is complicated. I mean, I have two students, a senior and a freshman, and obviously work in FCPS, and there are things that are even confusing to me about what's happening in the school. So I'm very empathetic to the challenge, and we're obviously continuing to strive to do better. I think what I would say is one of the projects we're working on right now is trying to have a more comprehensive and consistent academic advising program, if you will, in all of our schools. Ms. Marin's been very supportive and advocating for the need to do that and has given us some good recommendations as well as other board members. So we've developed kind of a plan, an outline, I guess, if you will, of a plan to try to standardize that academic advising process over the next 2 years. We took some, I think, pretty important steps this year in terms of standardizing the information that schools need to have on their websites, providing information to schools that they need to send out consistently. But Dr. Ponce and I are going to be working along with Dr. King to try to standardize that work even more in the coming years. So creating centralized communications that schools would deliver that really touch on some of the big areas or big gaps that we've received feedback from community members on in terms of like areas that they'd like to know more about. So we're working on it. Be happy to share more information offline with any board members who want to provide more suggestions or have more questions about how to do that. But that's a work in progress right now.
I think I'm out of my time, a little bit left. Okay, so yeah, I think the parents without technology, I think still we have that open questions. Would you like to say something to that?
Well, I think one thing I would say is the tools and resources that we're talking about are accessible via smartphone. So if a parent has a smartphone but doesn't have a computer, they have access to the information we've been talking about. The other thing is if students don't have access, they have laptops obviously that they can take home, but if they don't have Wi-Fi connectivity in the home, our IT department does have a process by which students can apply and get a wireless device so that the student and the family has that computer access while at home. But unfortunately, that does require a student or a family to request that at the school level because we don't have information about who has it and who doesn't have it at home. But there are some additional supports that we can provide to families.
Okay, the Naviance, it's hard to even navigate on the computer. It's not going to be as easy on a smartphone. That's just, that system is like that. But I think I'm done with my questions for now. Thanks.
I do not see any other placards, so this is the last call for those of you who have not. And since, okay, well, go ahead.
Okay, I was just waiting for other people to chime in with I just have two very quick questions. I wanted to know how many of our students have taken Algebra 1 in 7th grade. Do we have any data on that?
We do. We have about 2,000 students who've taken Algebra 1 in 7th grade, and then a much smaller number of students who've taken Algebra 1 in 6th grade or 5th grade. I think that's less than 50 students who've taken it at the elementary grade levels.
So these students who have taken Algebra 1 in 7th grade, is it because they were advised by the school that they can now opt for a course, or it was more of the parents' advocacy?
So where we currently are, the students who are in 7th grade, Algebra 1, have typically been our students identified for Level 4 services or participate in advanced math, at least in 6th grade. And right now, we have sort of criteria that they must have taken advanced math in 6th grade, scored a certain level on the SOL and also taken Iowa. As we move through these next few years where we're changing curriculums and where Algebra 1 to 8th grade will be default, those things will change a bit. But right now, it's one of the few places in FCPS where it's not open enrollment.
Yeah, I understand that. There is open enrollment for algebra in 8th grade. So if a student has not done advanced math, they can still go for it. And what if they fall short in understanding the concept? If they're enrolled, are they pulled back or they're giving enforcements?
So there's a lot of things. So in 7th grade, students are typically in Math 7 or Math 7 honors, and then in 8th grade, some choose to take pre-algebra, but many, as you've seen, choose to take either Algebra 1 or Algebra 1 honors. If students are struggling, if they're in an honors class, they might step back to a standard level. If they're struggling in a standard, often there are math intervention electives, or they can receive help during intervention or after school. And if they choose, they could take a step back mid-year and move back into a pre-algebra class. The other thing is any class taken in middle school, any high school, credit-bearing class taken in high school, parents do have the opportunity to choose to expunge the grade at the end of 8th grade, and it disappears off the transcript, and the student kind of gets a clean slate and can start over as a 9th grader.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. That concludes my questions.
Ms. Anderson?
Okay, I wasn't going to bring it up, but I do have a question. How many of our non-6th through 8th grade schools actually have Algebra 1 at the elementary level?
We'll have to triple check on that. I don't believe, I think those students would be accessing it at their neighborhood middle school, not at the elementary school. Again, because, or through online campus, thank you, Noel, because we're talking about less than 50 kids. So I'm not aware of any elementary school that is teaching a section of algebra.
But if we are actually going to get to the point where we have kids that are all the way through geometry and into higher level math at the end of 8th grade, we're going to have to figure out how to provide higher level math. Until we can figure out how to get those 6th graders into middle school, we're going to have to figure out how to provide more consistently the opportunity to be able to take Algebra 1 in 6th grade, correct? Because we definitely have students that can do it. It's just whether or not we actually have pursued those options for those students.
If you want the students to complete Algebra 2 before leaving middle school, then they would need to start Algebra 1 in grade 6.
Right.
If it's still at an elementary school, one of the main concerns would be teacher certification.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Eismo-Heiser?
Thank you. And Dr. Reed, I just wanted to mention just briefly to you, as following up my previous conversations, it seems like, and this is my experience as a parent also, that nonviolence, I understand contracts and this and that, is one, even as someone who's very involved in it was not easy to navigate, and it's not really all that helpful as a tool. I think for families who aren't as familiar, or first-generation college students, it's not all that useful. I think we're talking about some really good things in earlier college and career counseling and academic path counseling. I think we're talking about maybe some really more interesting ways in getting families engaged in the importance of math and technology and the prevalence in society that it is now, and also having sort of technology and math be fun. Is there like some sort of like working group we can put together within instructional services? And maybe there already is one that I'm not aware of that just has the time and space to say, all right, how do we really blow all this up and start over again, right? Like, how do we really look at not just fixing what we're doing, but like creating new ways of doing things, from an I mean, I've talked a lot about transition programming for special ed students, but I really think that same theme is prevalent for all of our students, especially as our populations are changing and the needs are changing. Is there a space to maybe say, let's put a group aside to say, when should we start? What kind of college and career counseling should we be doing? I think it's hard to do the work, like fly the plane and invent it at the same time, right? Or build it at the same time is a better analogy, and my poor pilot colleague over here is probably laughing at me. But I'm just wondering, what do you think of that idea? Is there space for that?
Well, of course, there is space for that. I think that you're not wrong. I think sometimes we keep doubling down on remodeling software or programs that maybe aren't meeting our needs and maybe starting from scratch makes more sense. I don't know. I do know Naviance is used in many places around the country and often generates a similar response to what's around the table, but it is sort of the product that's out there. I don't know, but to your point, yes, we can put together a group to, because I think it goes to Ms. Marin's concern also around calendaring and how we calendar both division work and how students and families plan and calendar their work over likely from 7th grade on, quite honestly, right? Because if you're not in certain courses, particularly around mathematics again, you get on a path and that arc bends with that path, and it's too late sometimes to by 9th or 10th grade when you discover your deep passion for mathematics and you haven't had that.
I mean, it happened
opportunity.
with my daughter, who was who chose not to take for long stories, and some of her friends were in the same. I mean, she took Algebra 1. I don't. It's 114. Oh, sorry, I think my time was up. But I think when you don't know, when you're on a certain path, it can take you off other paths many years in advance. I think that causes problems. So I almost feel like we need a think tank with different topics, like an internal think tank with different topics to take the space to say, if I could just start over. I mean, one thing that, Dr. Pacino and I talked about with inclusive preschool, ideally you would just reconfigure all of our preschool offerings to make it more open to inclusive preschool rather than trying to do what we're doing now, which is fixing it, right? And so it feels like there's a space for like an internal think tank with topics that are given, and maybe with community members, I don't know, to say, here's some ideas. Maybe we bring in the families who are experiencing this. Here's some ideas how to fix it. We have some brilliantly, amazingly talented people in Fairfax County.
Right.
Maybe we adopt those ideas, maybe we don't, but we need some space to work through them. Because I think we get in this room together and we have great conversations and ideas are being pinged about, and I think there's some great ideas, but what happens to all that? Who has the space to sit down and with all those?
So I think Mr. Sethi often talks about tiger teams, and we talked about that last year, even a small group of people committed to a single topic who are able to move nimbly, right? So perhaps we can center a tiger team on this topic because there's obviously a high interest and we can improve what we're working on. So I'll ask our instructional services team to put together such a team. I think there's a department already committed to that work. So it's really just thinking about what could we do differently, and ask that we come back with something within 6 weeks-ish, at least an idea that I can forward in a Friday letter.
If I may make a request, that's an inclusive tiger team, because if we're looking at transition and planning, we should look at it for all of our students and not silo the work, because I think right now we have career and technical services and I mean, there's just two different departments. I would ask for that to be inclusive.
Yes, ma'am, it'll be an ITT.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll take a quick turn before we close out, because I think I'm the last one. And just to add on to that, I raised this to you, Noelle, not too long ago. We had a student who accelerated in math, and she went to high school, was then being paused in math because there was nothing else for her to take. I'm not asking for you to investigate this in this room, but to add to that conversation, because we're all of the sudden, we were pushing, and this child was able to handle it and was interested in it. And then the parent is frustrated because now they're told, you have to wait a year. Like, well, I want more math. And we are saying, no, you cannot have more math. That just seems counterintuitive. But it is happening right now with a student at one of our local high schools. And the last thing is, a lot of the questions that I asked earlier were kind of bounced to the innovation team to said, we're looking into this, or we could look into this. If I could have a sense of what is this innovation team and what is their purpose and what can we expect to have from them?
So we have several teams that we've identified key priorities based on our reports. We've got, for this one in particular, one that's focusing in on reading by 3rd grade, a team that's looking at Algebra 1 by 8th grade, and a team that is looking at, as a part of our ABLE work, which is tangential to some of the things that you all are talking about today. Each of these teams are representative of cross-departmental teams. We have a principal, we have a department lead, and we have a region lead who collectively work together with these teams. And they go through a process using the Harvard model, our PELP coherence framework, where they are going out and doing some investigations into root causes as to why we're seeing the results we're seeing in some of this data, getting closest to where we're seeing some of those challenges, so whether or not that is doing empathy interviews with teachers, with students, with families, and they're in that process of doing that investigation and coming back with a set of recommendations to inform our strategies for both long-term and midterm strategies for next year.
Thank you. Is that innovation team working with the Closing Achievement Gap team? I'd like to understand better that interplay. Or is that, or the three of you, that team?
I'll let Dr.
It's a
King.
separate team. It's a separate team, but we definitely have members of all of our departments on each of the innovation teams. So there's members from my equity team that's a part of each of the innovative teams as well.
Okay, so the form is, the work is informing each other. Thank you
Correct.
for that. And I think we're finished. The session is over. We're adjourning. Thank